and they make elegant, classy jewellery when you're creating with them. I think right from the whitest of white pearl to the peach pearl, they're always stunning, and anybody can wear them. They're one of my favourites. You see them, don't you, in expensive jewellers, covered in diamonds. Diamond and pearls are the classic duo, and that's why I love pearls.
Pearls are always a huge seller on Jewellery Maker, and I think it's because there's a huge amount of emotional attachment to them. I think whatever walk of life you come from, whatever your age, you always associate pearls with maybe someone who's worn pearls before you, maybe your grandma, maybe your mum. So there's always that emotional attachment to pearls, and they can be classic, they can be contemporary, they can really be whatever you want them to be, and definitely one of my favourite gemstones. Did you know that every individual gemstone in our Gems of Distinction collection goes through a 7-stage intricate process to get from the rough to a beautiful bead?
Come and join guest designer Natalia Coleman and learn how to use fashion leather to create stunning pieces of jewellery. Natalia will guide you through the process of working with the leather to create 4 unique and different designs. This workshop is perfect for beginners. No previous experience of jewellery making is necessary. The full course includes a selection of leather sheets, a variety of leather findings, use of gold, silver or copper coated wire, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and museum, and a chance to visit the shop. All of this for just £99.95. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Welcome to the late show here on Jewellery Maker. My name's Ed and I'm back. I'm back for one night only and then I'm off again. Yes, oh no, I just realised something. Why is it as soon as you come on air you realise? I forgot to bring the best bit of craft work I've ever received. I'll bring it in on Wednesday. Sorry. My sister's made me the most fantastic scrapbook of my 30 years on planet Earth, and it's amazing, and I should have brought it in really because it does go to show, you know, the different directions you can take crafting in, because they've actually put a few gemstones, they've bejeweled my scrapbook, I would say. Anywho, I'll bring that in on Wednesday and I'll share that with everyone, and also there's lots of silly photos of me, so everyone will enjoy those. But don't panic, because there's still plenty of treats available on tonight's show. Now, the superstar buy this evening is unbelievable quality of green amethyst, and just have a look at the way this has been faceted. Actually highlights the quality of the gemstone. Look at that. So this is coming up at the end of the show as our final shop-opportunity of the evening. Our superstar buy, faceted rounds of green amethyst, and you may not be able to see that on screen, but there is a very subtle variation in the size of the gemstone. So it is graduated from 7mm to 9mm. So that is coming up as a premiere launch, and of course we're going to bring it to you at an exclusive launch price, as we always do. We've also got some other premiere strands. Have a look at this, your beer quartz. This is gorgeous. Look at the depth of colour you've got here. Some probably in between the sort of cognac tones and the chocolate browns. So quite a unique colour tone really. I love that. That's coming up in less than an hour. We're going to launch this brand new strand at 6 PM this evening. Again, the faceting, absolutely enhancing Mother Nature's hard work there. Gorgeous. Now, those are our premiere launches. We've also got one of the mini bead scoops to bring you. We've got finding selections. We've got the new cords, if you missed out on the sort of snake print cords. Yeah, that was right. Snake print cords. I think there's already been one opportunity to own these. but maybe you missed out on it. Second bite of the cherry coming up on the late show. And pretty good price on those, very impressive price point in fact. And not only that, but we're also going to do a Sunday night competition. Unbelievable. So, no, let's give everybody an opportunity to add to their basket and then we'll explain the rules of the competition. That seems like a good idea to me. Where are we going to start then? Of course it is. It's these. Gorgeous combination of colour tones, perfect for the summer months. And actually, you could say this is a bit of a his and hers deal actually. You could use the tiger's eye for your masculine jewellery designs and the coral for your feminine designs. Over the summer months, I think these are quite summery offerings actually. Of course, we know how difficult it is for us to source genuine coral for a number of different reasons, of course. Mainly because we'll only ever source ethically sourced coral, which is a little bit hard to come by. And not only that, but also there's a lot of synthetic coral on the market, or just people dyeing other gemstones and calling it coral. We of course lab test all of our gemstones, so you know that everything we bring you is exactly what we say it is. And on this occasion, gorgeous coral, and I would say this is probably the colour tone that most people would associate with the name coral. I think if people think of coral pink or coral red, this is the colour tone. Sort of in between a sort of orange and a red with a little bit of a tropical feel to it, I always think. It's got a very naturalistic and organic feel to it. It's beautiful. And here you've got 6x4mm rounds, and I've just seen the jewellery designs that have been created using this strand pack. These are so complementary, so maybe actually ignore my original suggestion of using these in your masculine designs and these in your feminine ones, because have a look at how well the gemstones come together in your designs. Absolutely gorgeous combination. The golden tones are really coming out of the tiger's eye thanks to that coral, aren't they? It's giving it a real lift. Love that. Beautiful chatoyancy on the tiger's eye as well. Look at that one there. It's gorgeous. I can't see that from this angle. It looks chocolate brown from the angle I'm looking at, but the angle the camera's looking at it, you can see that golden tone on the surface. So maybe if I just move it around a little bit, you'll be able to see that. There you go. So that's the chocolate brown and there's the golden tone. So that really does highlight the optical effect that you get with tiger's eye, that gorgeous chatoyancy. You could use these cuts in a rather interesting macrame bracelet actually. They're 12x6mm. Sort of like flattened tubes. I think that's actually what they're classified as in terms of their cut. A flattened tube. Lots and lots of people already getting involved, adding this to their basket at JewelleryMaker.com. That's the way to shop from us here at Jewellery Maker. Get involved as soon as you can. $7.95 for 2 strands here. Good price point. Incredible. Generally, there's a lot of gemstone strands on our website for sort of $6.95, $7.95. So to get 2 strands for that price point, that's a really impressive deal. That's how we allow you to maximise on the 1 P&P per day here at Jewellery Maker by giving the best value on the market. And the way we do that is by putting together wholesale bundles. So our producers will take a selection of gemstones from our website, bundle them together to create a unique discount code. This particular code on the late show will only be available for 60 minutes, in fact. I think on the morning show you get until 9 AM the following day, but on the late show you only get 60 minutes to take advantage of these incredible deals. And this is a wholesale deal. It represents incredible value and allows you to add tiger's eye and coral to your collection of gemstones for just $7.95. And of course, here at Jewellery Maker, we only ever charge you 1 P&P per day. So maybe you took hold of some of the deals on Vicky's show this morning. Maybe you've just been inspired by Debbie Kay in the afternoon and you've already got your order up and running. You can add this to your order right now for $7.95. If you were to buy these 2 strands individually any other time from us here at Jewellery Maker, be £13.40. So it's virtually buy the tiger's eye, get your coral for 50p. So the tiger's eye is usually £7.45. That's, I was right in saying that generally a lot of the strands are priced between £6.95 and £7.95. Slap bang in the middle for the tiger's eye, £7.45. As part of this particular bundle deal, you can add the coral to that order for an extra 50p. Wow, that is the way to shop from us then. Absolutely fantastic. A 2-strand pack for £7.95, which effectively means you get your coral for 50p. This is a mineral that we actually, you know, we struggle to get it on frequent basis. I think we're probably more successful than we've ever been in sourcing coral. We certainly got more opportunities to own coral over the last 6 months than we would have had the year prior to this. However, I don't know when we're going to get it back in stock. Who knows when we'll be able to bring you coral on a more frequent basis. To be able to get it for the equivalent of 50p with this bundle, it's a no-brainer. Add it to your order right now and take advantage of your 1p&p per day of just £2.95. That's your double deal, and I love this beautiful array of jewellery. Just one question, is this part of the prize? Let's just give it away. Right, okay, we're going to give this away as well. General consensus is we're giving this away. I'll show you what else we're going to give away as part of our competition, shall I? So we're going to give away that set of jewellery that was created by the lovely Suzanne. So thank you for putting that together. And then, did Hannah Osborne put this together on last night's show? Love the combination of the pastel pinks and the shell green, those sort of peppermint greens, if you like. That's gorgeous. That's very feminine. But wait, there's more. Have a look at this. This is some very impressive wire work, I must say. Look at this. The crew go to all the effort of setting it up perfectly and I ruin it in 10 seconds. There you go. Gorgeous tiara. That's very intricate. Look at the gizmo flowers there. Clear quartz. Little irregular nuggets. That's really beautiful. If you've got maybe a special event coming up over the summer, that'd be good. Have a look at this. Now I hear that there was a lot of commotion regarding this design when it was first put together on the show. Teresa put it together, one of our wire workers, and yes, everybody was really excited about this particular design. We're going to give it away. It's going to go to a lucky home this evening, and we're even going to give a little bit of macrame there. Do you know what? I would happily wear that. I can see that, you know. Maybe your nephew or a... I think it looks like something Mark would put together. But having said that, all of our designers now really expanding their skill set. And I see lots of wire workers doing macrame. I see macrame workers doing silver clay, what have you. And so who knows? Anybody could have put that particular bracelet together, although it does look very inspired by Mark if Mark didn't do it personally. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 6 pieces of jewellery. It's actually a nice suite of jewellery, but a very eclectic look here. So you've got some very popular pieces, the wirework pendant, and emerald, moonstone. I wonder what these are. Are these pink quartz? Not entirely sure, actually. Have to investigate that a little further. It could be pink tourmaline, something like that. We'll have a look. We'll try and find out. But anyway, it doesn't really matter because it's all a prize. We're going to give all of this away. All you have to do is get involved with our competition this evening. Now, there's 4 individual parts of the competition. We're going to ask 1 question each hour, and you need to send your answer in once you have collected all 4 answers. So you have to have all 4 answers correct to be entered into the prize draw to win all of this gorgeous jewellery. And let's set the first question. So basically the name of the quiz is Name That Movie. It's quite simple. You just have to identify what movie the images represent. So quite simple. And you can enter via... Okay, let's do the question first, I'm being told. Okay, so let's have a look at it. This is the first one. Question 1 of 4. You've got to name that film. Pete's got it. He just gave himself a little pat on the back there. I saw that. He's like, I've got it. I won't ask Sam because she did them. She put them together. Yeah, this one's a very sensible one. So obviously it reads from left to right. Those two images represent two words which are the title of a popular film. Okay, so write that down and save it. We're going to launch the next one after 6 p.m. You need all 4 to enter the prize draw. We will show you the image again just in case anybody's missed the start of the show. Don't panic, we'll show you that again before 6 p.m. But write that down, keep that safe because there's another 3 to guess before you can enter your answers. Does that seem clear, everybody? Okay, so you can't enter until you have all 4. So that's going to be around about 8:30 this evening. But when you do want to enter the competition, we will give you the details. Shall we tell everybody how they're going to have to enter at 8:30, or shall we just make sure everybody's got the answers first? We'll give you all the numbers and the ways to enter once we've given you all of the questions. So that seems fair. So you've got your first one. Let's have one last look at that image. And it's, there you go, that represents the title of a film. You could win all of these gorgeous made-up jewellery designs put together by our expert designers. So very impressive. Even the set of jewellery that was created out of our first opportunity of the evening. So that's just been added into the prize. There you go. So we're giving all of this away between 8:30 and 9. We'll come back to that later on because we do have a lot to get through tonight. We're trying to add it to your order prices. That's what we do here on the Late Show, so that you can maximise on your 1p&p, so you can get the best value from us. We're always going to offer you the best possible prices we can for genuine gemstones. And we can do that because of the unique way we work here at the Genuine Gemstone Company. We work directly with mine owners across the world, and this is a family-run business owned by the Bennett family, and they personally travel and meet directly with the mine owners to ensure we get the best deals on the market. We pass those savings on to you because we want to be known as the people who offer you the best value for genuine gemstones, for coloured gemstones. And here we have, well, the daddy of them all. Gorgeous amethyst. So probably one of the most well-known gemstones available on the market. And I have to say, don't forget, we've got our superstar buy coming up at the end of the show. So if you do know anybody whose birthday comes in February and you want to create a gift for them, might be for a different reason, might not be for a birthday, this would be the perfect combination, wouldn't it? Because you've got 2 different varieties there. You've got the traditional regal purple tones, and then you've got the alternative pastel tones from your apple green amethyst there. And I love the juxtaposition between the very uniform faceted rounds and the more organic cuts that you've got on your amethyst nuggets. Now, the amethyst nuggets do still have a very high-end feel to them because they've been faceted, and the depth of colour almost gives you that gorgeous lustre. That's where the light is reflecting on the surface of the gemstone. You can see that there. There, for example, that huge faceted surface on the gemstone. So you still get a very high-end feel, but the irregular cuts, that more naturalistic feel to the gemstone may well feed into your design. Now, I've got lots of people adding this to their basket already at £9.95, and I'm not surprised. Under £10 for 130 carats is very, very impressive, particularly if you take into account what our expert designers have been telling us recently. For example, when Gemma Crow was on the show, she was saying, really, you need to have amethyst within your collection if you're selling your designs, because it's what gives you credibility. It's when people actually realise that you're working with genuine gemstones, because amethyst is probably the only one that, you know, a traditional customer base at a craft fair is going to actually recognise. They won't even necessarily realise that you're able to source the likes of emerald, tanzanite, but when they see amethyst, they'll think, right, that person's the real deal. They've been able to source genuine gemstones, and at $6.95, I expect the phone lines to erupt with excitement right now, because that is a clearance price for, well, a must-have, as we've just said. Everybody who came through early, congratulations to you. Don't panic. Everyone's going to pay the same final low price of $6.95, but only, of course, for the next 60 minutes. So you need to be reacting right now to take advantage of this deal. And I'll tell you another thing about working with this particular gemstone strand. Yes, you've got those regal purple tones that people associate with amethyst, and of course the intensity of those purple tones will feed into your design. But just have a look at the carat weights of each and every gemstone here. They are massive, as Lucy would say. 130 carats spread across 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 gemstones. So on average, you've got well over 10 carats on each gemstone, haven't you? Now, I've actually referenced this previously on the show, but who knows, we get new buyers every day, and of course, regular buyers, you might have heard this story, you might not have tuned in. I used to produce a show on our sister channel, Gems TV, and of course, if you are looking for made-up jewellery designs, they're going to give you the best value in the market. So tune in to 645 now for Gems TV if you're watching Sky, or you can watch them on gemporia.com. Now, the title of the hour I used to do on a Sunday night, and it was one of the most popular hours I produced when I worked on our sister channel, Gems TV, was the 10 Carat Club. Widely accepted that genuine gemstone collectors like to own large carat weights, and they like to know they've got at least 10 carats in one gemstone. I'll tell you, sometimes it was actually difficult to put this hour together because, you know, to find carat weights of over 10 carats is quite difficult in genuine gemstones because, of course, you know, from a commercial point of view, it makes more sense for the gem cutters and the suppliers to actually cut them into smaller carat weights because then they're offering people more gemstones. So to actually get over 10 carats in a gemstone is very, very impressive, and I can almost guarantee it will lead to greater sales because in my experience of selling gemstones, which is getting a little bit extensive now, I've been working for the company for over 6 years, people love to know they've got a huge carat weight in each and every gemstone, and this strand absolutely represents that. And right now you can actually order at a clearance price of $6.95, so it's going to return to $9.95 in just 60 minutes. And don't forget that it's quite easy to find all of our products on our website now. It's been revamped, and basically it's all done in categories, so you can find everything we've brought to you from 9 AM this morning. We're going to move on though. We've got more deals to bring you. Oh, actually, do you know what? This is a combination that maybe not everybody would consider, but I think works rather beautifully. The purples and this sort of mulberry tone that you've got from your red quartz. It's not a traditional sort of ruby red. It's got a slight sort of fuchsia hue coming through from the gemstone. That's not coming across on the screen, but when you see it in the flesh, you'll understand what I mean. Very slight sort of pink hue coming through. I think they work together really well. And again, you've got the uniformity of the faceted rounds combined with the irregularity of the amethyst. Now, this particular strand has only previously featured in bundles on the Late Show. I think you've had an opportunity to own it as an individual strand on other shows. Oh, sorry, we've made an error. I'll take that back. It has been seen as an individual strand, but not in the last 6 months. Basically, all of this information is available to my producer, but he had to scroll up so far that he thought you'd never seen it. So 6 months since we saw this as an individual strand, so maybe you've only started jewellery making the last few months and you haven't had the opportunity to own this individually. Right now, we're going to bring you that opportunity. And these are 14mm rounds, so they're very, very significant size. They're going to make a big impact on your designs. And because I made a little error there, my producer's going to help me out, and he's going to give you another price reduction, trying to make genuine gemstones as accessible as possible. And we've just been talking about the importance of carat weights. Have a look what you're getting here. Over 400 carats of beautiful red quartz for $5.95. It's another add it to your order price. It's another significant carat weight to add to your order. Well, for a tiny price point, just $5.95. This, for me, is the way you maximise on that 1p and p per day. Because whenever we take the price down on something, it gives you the opportunity to get it home and see it in the flesh for just $5.95. Then You've got 30 days to appreciate the beauty of the gemstone and maybe have a few creative ideas of your own, work out how you're going to integrate this into your designs, whether it's going to be the focal point, whether it's going to be an accent gemstone, whether perhaps it's going to be the feature of an asymmetrical design. There's lots of different opportunities when you're working with a 14mm round, because, as I say, it can be maybe the pendant on a design, or you can still use them in the more gem-heavy pieces as accents. So at £5.95, you've got so many creative opportunities with this. And also, again, very, very uniform faceting, so you get very specific sparkle to the gemstone. £5.95, it's another add it to your order price. Do not miss out on the deals that producer Liam's going to bring you this evening. We are going to move on because we've got so much to get through. And we're moving on now. Another organic cut here, again faceted. So you do get that play of light. You do get that little sparkle, that little shimmer that people associate with genuine gemstones, and that's really what people are looking for. Do you know what? When I'm looking at these particular moonstones, I'm seeing wirework rings. I know that those sort of high impact cocktail style rings are very, very popular, especially with people investing in bespoke jewellery designs. And this is just gorgeous. Again, it's an alternative variety of a well-known gemstone. Most people are aware of moonstone and they understand that it's actually this month's birthstone, but they might not have seen this more feminine variety, these beautiful apricot tones and the peach hues as well. I mean, you can see that you still get that shiller that you'd associate with peach moonstone, but rather than it being a sort of electric blue adulorescence, instead, it's a very feminine, almost a pink shiller in the centre of the gemstone. The nuggets themselves range in size from 10x4 to 16x10. So again, nice bit of variation there that will give you lots of different creative opportunities. And you can add it to your order right now for £12.95. Now I can see that there's, on the graphics, there's a little bit eating away at the pound sign. It almost looks like it says euros, or is that just on my screen? Yeah, I can see on the big screen now. At home it looks fine. It must just be a mark on my screen. My apologies. £12.95, but if you are logged in at JewelleryMaker.com, if you're shopping from abroad, Europe, America, it will all display in the appropriate currency. So don't worry. £12.95, pretty much an add it to your order price when you consider the quality of the moonstone and the carat weight. Now I'm going to move on to, well, what can only be described as an essential for jewellery makers. You've got to have these jet black gemstones, haven't you? If you're trying to create classic looks, which a lot of jewellery makers like to emulate those classic looks, you've got to have your jet black gemstones. And of course, you've really got gorgeous neutrality with this gemstone. It's going to go with any other gemstone. And when you talk about luster, that is what you want to see. Look at that. It's almost mirror-like reflection there, isn't it? Wow. That is going to make a serious impact. That's going to get your jewellery designs noticed. If you're wearing your own designs, which is of course the best way to advertise your jewellery making skills, but also maybe you don't really enjoy creating jewellery designs and then giving your gemstones away. Maybe you just make as a hobbyist to increase your own jewellery collection. This isn't just going to get your jewellery design noticed, this is going to get you noticed. 150 carats of black agate here. These are your twisted ovals. They're called twisted ovals. If you can see, hopefully I'll be able to show the shape. It's almost like a wave-like shape. But just have a look at the actual faceting. It's step-cut faceting. This is not an easy facet to achieve actually on the surface of a gemstone. It's quite difficult, particularly with a gemstone like agate, when it's been polished to this standard. Could be quite easy to scratch the surface of the gemstone when you're faceting it, when you step-cut faceting it. So it's a very, very impressive look to create, and to bring it to you for just $8.45, just so we can get a look at it. Oh, really? Now my producer's saying that is the current price for this, but for the next 60 minutes, he's got a little treat in store. I would consider this to be a must-have, and at $4.95, What on earth are you waiting for? Start dialing that free phone number right now to add this to your order. Sam, you're a jewellery maker. Sam is our tech up this evening. She's currently on camera. You can see her there, just about. It's a bit dark. I mean, with the jet black gemstones, I'm talking like they're a must-have. I mean, is that how you feel about black gemstones?
Definitely, because they go with every colour. They go with every colour t-shirt. They're nice for day and night.
Ah, okay, so it's not just to do with the gemstones you're going to match it up with. You're saying black's a must-have because it goes with all of your outfits.
It's not one
There you
colour
go.
to with.
That's why you need a female in the room, to give you those kind of insights. So I was just thinking about it from a jewellery making point of view there, and you know, a design point of view, I guess, but actually, I suppose, from a fashion point of view, when you're thinking about whether your designs are going to be wearable, you have to consider whether the gemstones match your actual outfits, and black goes with everything.
I'd put them with druzy, the peach druzy.
You'd put these with druzy.
Yeah, the peach druzy.
But how often do we get to bring people druzy? It's coming. So this is your champagne druzy. Sam's already seen it's coming up this evening. She's excited about it. Oh, you're quite right. I'll tell you what, how about with the peach moonstone as well, because you've got slight peach hues coming through from your champagne druzy as well. I love that as a combo. Absolutely gorgeous. So that's one suggestion from our resident jewellery maker this evening, Sam, who has put together some gorgeous jewellery designs in the past. Black agate, a must-have at a clearance price of $4.95. Lots and lots of people multi-buying that particular strand. Not surprised, but without further ado, it's time that we offered you your first star buy of the evening. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Now this is our first star buy of the evening. We will have one of these every 30 minutes on the show, and it's our opportunity to bring to you either a premiere launch, like our beer quartz coming up in half an hour, or another discount bundle. And I'm excited about this one because I haven't actually seen these cords before, and I know they're going to be popular because the braiding techniques at the moment are just so popular, and actually I think they're a great way for people to get started with jewellery making, or really maybe to expand their skill set within jewellery making. So if you've always been sort of a classic beader, quite easy to maybe adapt your skills to some of the braiding techniques, so your kumihimos or your macrame. Actually, there's a whole plethora of knotting techniques you can learn. I've been having a little look on YouTube recently. Not just our own YouTube site, but it's awash with jewellery making demonstration videos actually. So it's quite easy to pick up some of the braiding techniques, I have to say. Actually, I meant to check this with the management, whether you're allowed to mention it or whether it's a brand, but have you seen that jewellery making has actually gone mainstream? Have you not seen this? Every single shop you go into now, and every little girl and boy is creating jewellery techniques using little elastic bands. My daughter made, we're supposed to be celebrating my birthday, she's sitting around making every woman in my family a bracelet. Little elastic bands, you get a little crochet hook. So effectively my daughter can do crochet. And I actually said to her, I said, you know what, if you did that with wire, you could be one of the guest designers on the show, because that is one of the techniques that we demonstrate on the show. But yeah, they're doing it with elastic bands. So jewellery making's gone mainstream. Sheridan. There you go. So one of our very experienced producers from Gems TV used to run the channel, Sheridan. She was actually over here on Jewellery Maker trying to find storage boxes so her niece could keep all of her elastic bands colour coordinated in the storage boxes. So anyway, my point is that it's quite easy to pick up some of the more simple braiding techniques, and the cord at the moment is just out of this world. The quality of the cord really elevates those designs. As I say, you know, some people might start to associate those techniques with more of the childish piece of jewellery, so they might start to, but the quality of the cord here at Jewellery Maker is what's going to set those designs apart for me. You can see here, this is quite interesting. This is sort of a bronze colour tone. And these are already plaited, they're quite dense. In fact, they're 6mm in size. You get a metre of it. And this is, as I say, your bronze colour. Oh, I thought I was really clever there because I thought they'd have classified it as brown, but actually they have put bronze. We've also got your silver tone. These are 6mm, you get a metre of this as well. Actually, all the colours work together as well. That's very useful. So you've got your bronze, you've got your silver, and you've got your white. Very useful for quite elegant summer designs, maybe. White's always big in the summer, isn't it? Don't know why, because everybody's always eating messy food in the summer, like barbecue and ice cream, but white still tends to win the day, doesn't it? And you also get your magnetic clasps here. You can see how they go together. It's quite easy to insert the cord into this open end there. And you can see that actually, you know, you do get the exact right size because, oh, there's a bit of tape around. That's right. But you, it is 6mm, so you can fit the cord straight into those. You get 5 of them in the silver finish, 5 of them in the gold finish, which are a slightly different shape. Ooh, actually, not just different. These are really, really impressive. These are, they are magnetic on the inside. You can see the magnet, but actually, so I'll just show the fastening. Does that make sense? You just twist and pull. But they are magnetised as well, so wow, that's a really sturdy fastening. Actually, I've had my nails done. I've got no nails, so I can't get that out. But there you go. You've got everything you need there. 5 of each. You've got a metre of each cord, so that works out 3 metres in total, of course, across your 3 colours. You've got bronze, silver and white. 6mm in diameter. This is really really comprehensive, actually. You get everything you need. Do you know what? All you really need is a pendant. And there you go. There's, oh, did you see that? You can see the magnetised. So let's get the price on screen. Already lots of people adding this to their basket. $11.95. That is seriously impressive. Do your own research. Have a look at the kind of prices you can pay for cord of this quality that has this, well, I would say very high-end sort of colour tone to it, because you can see some very, I don't want to say like, not loud, but very, very colourful cords. They tend to be more traditional in the craft stores, so I see like the primary colours or rainbow-like colours. So you see like tangerine and green and yellow, but I think that's because even maybe the independent craft stores are a little step behind maybe, and they're still thinking of the braiding techniques as being more identifiable with, you know, homemade jewellery, maybe crafting that you do with your children, but actually these braiding techniques are where it's at right now. And the professional jewellery makers amongst us are looking for cords in these very elegant high-end colour tones. So your bronze, your silver, your white, I mean that, you could actually use that in bridal jewellery. You could easily create bridal jewellery out of your white cord. So we're really starting to move jewellery making into the mainstream and offer people professional designs. But of course, here at Jewellery Maker, we're not fooled by these, you know, generic or conventional views towards jewellery making. We're here to give you the best value on the market. We're here to help you elevate your hobby into a small business so you can start selling your jewellery designs. Or of course, it may just be that, you know, I hate to say this, I know that we're going to get in trouble for mentioning the C word too many times, but I think people start to plan for Christmas over the summer, particularly if you are going to sell your designs. The gallery's going crazy, telling me off now for using that naughty word Christmas. But, you know, if you start to think about Nobody's really going to be buying in December. They're going to have their own things to sort out. The craft fairs are going to happen in November. You need to start sort of planning a few months in advance. This is the time to stock up on your cords. $11.95. And my producer rightly says we'd love to see what people do create using their cords, because of course these cords are a little thicker than the traditional satin cords we've been bringing you, so you could come up with some very unique designs. Make sure that you tag me into all of your designs at Ed Presenter on Facebook, lowercase p. Tag me into your designs, because next week sees the return of Design of the Week. So on Wednesday, we're going to announce a Design of the Week winner. So get tagging me into your pictures. Don't worry, we have been reviewing all the ones that you've included me in. And of course, it's nice for me to get an insight into the way people are developing their jewellery making skills. So make sure you tag me in. We will be announcing a winner. We'd love to see what you've put together out of your cord. So I'm really impressed with that deal, because as I say, you can see that these are the techniques that are actually making, you know, the general public realise how big jewellery making's getting, I think. We're going to move on. And don't forget, actually, do you know what? That bronze cord with the beer quartz that's being launched in just 15 minutes time, gorgeous combo. That works perfectly, doesn't it? Premier strand, faceted ovals of beer quartz coming up in 15 minutes time as a star buy. So not long to wait for that at all. We're going to move on though. We're going to try and fit as many deals into this evening's show as we can. And I think it's only fair that we give you a chance to own the champagne druzy. Now that we've sort of given everybody a flash of it. I imagine the camera's going to be unmanned any second now, as Sam makes a dash for her mobile phone. You like this one, so don't you, Sam?
I love that one. I really, really want it.
Can I be naughty, director, and steal Sam for a second? Sam, get out here. You don't mind, do you?
No.
That's all right. You can stand by me and use my microphone for a second. So, you were a bit excited when you saw this strand. Why do you love druzy so much?
Because of its natural qualities. You can actually see it shining.
It does sparkle.
It sparkles
a great
in the
deal,
sunlight,
doesn't
and
it?
it's like, it's always lovely how it's always smooth the other side, so it's like really gentle against your skin.
Once
others,
again,
it looks rough.
I'm thinking about the end product, but actually there's a lot of considerations of jewellery making. So you think about the fact that it's got that flat, polished finish to the bottom.
So it's nice and smooth on your skin.
So it feels comfortable to wear.
Yeah. It doesn't scratch you. And to be honest, if it does actually turn over, you think it's going to scratch you, but it generally doesn't. I mean,
so even the crystals don't feel uncomfortable.
You can rub that across your hand and it won't hurt.
And I suppose that is a factor, because with a design that features druzy, you need a bit of movement. You need the druzy to move, so you get to appreciate the sparkle.
To be honest, even when it stays still, you can see it's sort of just glitzing away anyway.
Yeah, you're quite right, actually, because the crystals, the light bounces off one onto the other, so it's always sparkling, even if you don't have movement in your design. Okay. Yeah, I've done you right favour here. Somebody else is manning the camera. Run, make a dash for it right now. You can add this to your order. Pete, look, she has as well. She's gone. She's long gone. She's gone to get a mobile. Pete.
I generally want it.
No, she's back. She's come back. Before the bosses phone up to say, yeah, can you give Sam a P45 on the way out? She hasn't really. She's still here. Have a look at this then. Am I right in saying that we haven't seen this before? On the Late Show? Okay, so it's only featured once previously. I'll tell you what, Mark Smith will be happy with this, won't he? We've also, not only have we had the exclusive launch here on the Late Show, but we're also having the second bite of the cherry on the Late Show. She really has left the room now. Okay, Saka. I'm joking. We know we love Sam's insights into jewellery making. Do you know what? This doesn't look as sparkly on the camera as it is in reality. This is really sparkly. I'm going to isolate one and shield it a little bit so you can look at. That's what you want from your druzy. That's a natural crystal formation that's occurred during the forming of the host rock, which is the quartz. And then you've got these little, almost microscopic crystal formations that form on the quartz and give you these sparkly druzy finish to the gemstone. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Now these are your 10mm coins. Now regular viewers will know that whenever I see coins, I'm instantly thinking about bracelet designs. And actually, think about this. If you set them into a macrame bracelet design, they're going to go a lot further, aren't they? Because you need 5 or 6 gemstones. You could get some of that gorgeous white and baby pink satin cord. That's the way I'm going. And then you can rely on the sort of champagne or peach tones that you're going to find in this druzy to really attract attention to the design. But maybe you want to be even more minimalistic with this strand. Maybe you just want to use one as the focal point of your design. $14.95 for 70 carats of druzy quartz. I will do a quick count. It will be an estimation, of course, but 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. So you could make, say, 3 or 4 macrame bracelets. You could use these 20 pendants for $14.95. Genuine druzy quartz here. And you may not have had the opportunity to own this strand previously. You may never get the opportunity again. It could be a sellout strand this evening. $14.95. We know how popular druzy is. Whenever we bring you druzy, it tends to fly out the door, and we don't see these champagne or peach tones very often. Lots and lots of people getting involved on this particular deal. And, you know, if you are one of the jewellery makers out there who does sell their jewellery designs and who is thinking about planning for upcoming craft fairs, for example, then I would say druzy is another one of those gemstones that's going to attract a lot of attention to your stall, particularly once you start to explain to people that this is a genuine gemstone, a natural occurrence. And actually, when you start to explain to your customers just how rare it is to find druzy, they're definitely going to understand the rarity and the beauty here. Very, very difficult for druzy, not just to actually form on the host rocks while the quartz is forming, but also actually really impressive that they've even survived the mining process. Often druzy crystal formations will actually be damaged during the mining process. So Mother Nature's been smiling down on this particular gemstone when it's been forming, and if you do want to add that to your order, I guarantee you're going to attract a lot of attention because you can't go wrong with a bit of sparkle. Emily likes that one, doesn't she? We're going to move on though. Don't forget beer quartz coming up in about 10 minutes now. Moving on to gold plated chain. This is a very impressive reel, but we've got double figures, but only just. We've got 10 in total. Oh yeah, it's number 10. We've only got single figures. In fact, oh sorry, we've got fewer than 5. What is wrong with me? You see, I have 2 days off and it all falls out my brain. There we go. $19.95 for 10 meters of gold plated copper chain. Very, very impressive. What's wrong? And we're going to match the launch price. And I'm finally going to skip on the late show. Oh, I can't. There's just not enough room. It always gets caught on me on the late show. On the morning show, if anybody saw the morning show, I was skipping like a good one. Skipping like a boxer in training. If only I had the physique of a boxer in training, then I'd be happy. $16.95. We've just handed you back the equivalent of your P&P. I have failed to skip, but it has been a sellout deal, so there you go. That's how it goes. You got to be quick. Ooh, well now, I'll tell you what the really impressive thing about this is. Look at the size of the curb that you've got on this chain, or the link, sorry. Depends how you refer to it, but just have a look at the difference. So the gold plated copper, quite a subtle size on the links. I think 3x2 or 2x1, so quite delicate really. Look at the size of these. These are 4x3, so I'm just going to give everybody the comparison so they can see there's a much larger size, so quite a significant look. I'll tell you what, I wish I'd pinched the necklace my mum was wearing to my party on Friday, because I made it for her. And made it out of rainbow moonstone with a flower pendant. You would love this, Sam. In fact, I'll bring it in for you next week. But what happened is I bought a Gems of Distinction strand of rainbow moonstone. Only went up half the neckline. I thought, I'm not buying another one. She's not worth it. No, I'm joking. My mum would be worth 3. But, you know, to go and order another one, it would have taken a few days. I wanted to get the design done there and there. So, halfway up the neckline, just there, where you stop seeing gemstones anyway, finished it off with some silver chain. Perfect. You always need chain in your stocks. Actually, it can get you out of a lot of sort of jewellery making problems, really, can't it? Chain, it can solve a lot of problems. In fact, you know, even maybe, I don't know, you haven't got the right gemstone, something doesn't look right. Varying lengths of chain, that chandelier style drop, always looks effective, always looks fashionable, and you've got these huge links on here, so you've got a lot of opportunities. I'll tell you what, if you do want to create masculine designs, the larger link chain I always think looks good in more masculine designs. I think it gives a more of a, it depends how you use it, of course. If you're going to use it with peach druzy and feminine gemstones, it's still going to look very feminine and subtle because it's a classic look from your silver plating. But because you've got those larger links, depending on the design, I mean, maybe if it was going to be, say, a dog tag style design, which I know are popular with young men these days. Now I'm an old man. This has more of a sort of industrial feel to it, doesn't it? It's a bit more robust. So many different creative scenarios with this, and there's your price point. Wow, $14.95 for 10 meters. Yes, you've got silver plated copper here, so you've got your semi-precious metals opposed to your gold plating, but much larger links. So at $14.95, that is a really seriously impressive deal. Now, I think they gave you an opportunity to own this morning, but maybe you had another commitment this morning, maybe you were out and about, maybe you had to go to church or what have you, and you missed the show, you missed this launch, then that's why we're here on The Late Show, to give you your second bite of the cherry, and you've actually got 80 grams of silver-plated copper there, so that's a serious amount of chain there. $14.95, very, very impressive. Now, we launched a competition right at the start of the show. Just in case you've just tuned in, we are going to give you another opportunity to look at the first question from the competition. Now, this is all of the jewellery that we're going to give away. So we're going to give away lots of very popular designs that are put together by our expert designers. That one in the centre, I believe, caused a bit of a stir on Facebook. So if you want to own that suite of jewellery, you need to enter the competition. If you want to enter the competition, you need to collect the 4 answers we require. So we're going to set one. Is it a question? It doesn't feel right to call it a question. One, yeah, okay, question. Okay, let's just call it question for ease. So 1 question each hour, and you need to start sending your answers around about 8:30 once we've given you the chance to see all 4 answers. You need all 4 to enter. So the first one was this. It's a name the film competition, and the first one of 4 is represented by these 2 images. So if you can guess the title of the film from these 2 images, then you're probably in the majority of the audience, because that's we're building up. We're building up to more difficult ones. The first one's quite easy, but do you know what? It's only obvious if you know. I always say that. If you've never heard of the film, then you might not quite get it. That one's quite easy though. So the image represents the title of the film. That's the first one. There's going to be 1 each hour. We'll give you the information on how to enter later on. Oh, 19. Here we go. Do you know what? It's because 9 is the other amethyst, and how well would these go together? Gorgeous marquise cuts this time. Amethyst, a must-have, as we've discussed earlier in the hour. Most of your customers are going to recognise that you are the real deal when they see amethyst on your store. Maybe you're only creating jewellery designs to wear yourself. As we say, it's probably about a 50-50 split amongst our customers. Well, I think if you are creating your own jewellery designs to wear, you still want to be wearing the most well-known gemstones, the most desirable gemstones, and amethyst is absolutely one of those. I'd say after the big four, amethyst is in there, isn't it? And number 5 as the most well-known. How about this as a little combination? The 2 alternative varieties of amethyst, both faceted to perfection. This is our superstar buy coming up at 8:45. Amazingly, we're an hour into the show. We're having way too much fun, that's what it is. But I love the cut. That is, for me, the main attraction of this particular strand. The Marquise cut, despite being one of the most wasteful gemstone cuts, is still probably one of the most traditional. And of course, imagine this. 7mm green amethyst as the centre, as the stamen for an amethyst flower design. Beautiful petals from your Marquise cuts, and if you do look closely, if you look closely at these gemstones, you can see you've got about 1.5mm to 2mm clearance at the top of the gemstones. So where they've been drilled across the top, you do have quite a bit of clearance there, so you can be fairly confident that you're not going to be you know, cracking these gemstones. I know sometimes when it's close to the upper edge of the gemstone, sometimes they can crack. People are a little worried about that sometimes, particularly if you're going to be working with wire, so like your 0.8mm wire, because it's quite sturdy, isn't it? Here, you've got that bit of clearance, so as far as jewellery makers are concerned, this is perfect for your designs. $11.95 for 80 carats of faceted amethyst. Just have a look at the regality of the purple tone you've got here. This is the intense purple colour that most people associate with the gemstone. And of course, this is Cupid's gemstone. February's birthstone has those strong associations with Valentine's Day. And am I pushing it too much to say that if you are starting to plan for Christmas, Valentine's Day is going to creep up on you straight after it? Brian says, yeah, I am pushing it too much, despite the fact that he was the one who said, no, we're doing a Christmas Day show next week. Right, we're moving on. We're moving on. Okie dokie. So now we've got the same cut. Again, perfect as petals or leaves or dragonfly wings or butterfly wings. Perfect for all those very popular motifs. And these will work probably even better in those designs because these are your plain ones, so they're not faceted. I always think faceted gemstones, it's almost like somebody sharpened their elbows, basically. They're trying to get to the front of the key. They want to be the focal point of a design. But the plain, polished gemstones work so much more effectively as accent stones for me. That's just the way I see it. The Marquise cuts actually range in size here from 8x5 to 17x8. So quite a significant variation in the sizes. Maybe use the smaller ones as petals in your floral motifs, or you know, the medium-sized one as wings of dragonflies, and the largest ones still crying out to be used as pendants, aren't they? So again, lots and lots of creative scope with this particular gemstone strand. It is just $7.95 for 75 carats of amethyst. That is out of this world. Now I realise that, you know, faceting a gemstone is, I think, what it is, because there's probably just as much work goes into polishing a gemstone as does into faceting it. But do you know what it is? It's the risk involved. When you're polishing a gemstone, there's less that can go wrong. There's less chance of you damaging the gemstone itself. And I imagine one of the more experienced lapidarists can always sort of bring a polish round. You know what I mean? If you do start to get it a little bit wrong, somebody can fix that. But when you're faceting a gemstone, if you know, cut at a weak part of the cleavage, the gemstone is going to crack. There's no going back. So you've actually lost a bit of carat weight, haven't you? Whereas with the polishing techniques, a little bit easier to probably maintain the uniformity of what you're trying to achieve. So I think that's probably why we can offer you these kind of prices. $7.95. I am seriously impressed by that. you'll easily make your money back off just one gemstone in a design. If you create maybe a charm bracelet and you hang one amethyst off it, you can definitely charge £10, say, because you've got large carat weights here. £7.95 for the entire strand. Seriously impressive. Okay, we're going to move on though, because it's time to launch Beer Quartz as a star buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for another star buy. On this occasion we are launching a premiere strand, so you've never had the opportunity to own this before, and the only reason we're launching it on the Late Show is that we were only able to source a limited number. So for me, you've got to be dialing that free phone number right now. Put yourself to the front of the queue. You can always make your decision once you get the gemstone home. Once you've matched it up with other gemstones, I think on this particular strand, you're actually going to want to match this up with a variety of metal tones, because the colour is so unique. I've been describing it as somewhere in between the sort of cognac tones and the chocolate browns. So beer kind of colour is probably an accurate description actually. But as a result, this is one of the most versatile colours of gemstone I have ever seen. Now, the browns are always popular, particularly at the moment, because we've got that sort of theory, haven't we, that if you want to create sort of slightly toned down designs, you can use it in place of black gemstones. So, what is it Laura Binding says? Brown mascara during the day and then black mascara at night. So maybe this will be used for some of your daytime pieces, although I have to say the way it's faceted, it is particularly elegant. I think it's got to be used in evening pieces. Tell you what I will say, again, wire workers, if you want to create beautiful rings, these are they almost look calibrated, the sizes. I know they're not. I know they've been cut for beauty rather than carat weight, but I mean, they're just ring-sized gemstones, aren't they? They do graduate on the strand actually. They range from 12 by 9 to 19 by 15, so a few different options there. I'd love to see somebody creating wire bezels for these gemstones actually, because the way they're faceted, they're checkerboard faceted, and you're getting lots and lots of sparkle as the light hits the surface of the gemstone. Now quartz, very dense gemstone, very easy to work with, and I think most people when they think of quartz they think, oh, you know, it's one of the most sort of common elements within the earth of within the crust of the earth, and that is actually true. However, there are a huge variety of qualities of quartz, okay? So this has to be at the top end of that quality spectrum. Just have a look. How difficult do you think it would be to find quartz that takes on the heating process required to create these colour tones and is also dense enough to be faceted in this way while still refracting the light the way it does? So you've got to find very, very high quality quartz in order to cut and facet it to these very exacting specifications. This, for me, again, is going to show your customers that you not only source the real deal, but you source the highest possible quality. You can see, we've just been discussing the difficulty in faceting a gemstone. You know, one slip of the hand, and that's it. You know, you've ruined the gemstone, you've lost carat weight, and you're probably getting a bit of trouble from your boss as well. But when you're working with quartz, it is a little denser, and so you can be a little bit more confident as a lapidist, I imagine. I've never actually tried to cut a gemstone, although I have seen some of my colleagues try to do it when they've been on trips to India, where our cutting house is, and put it this way, they looked a little stressed and what they achieved wasn't particularly impressive either. So it is a very, very difficult process. And, you know, our lapidarists are some of the most experienced in the business, and I think that actually shines through in the finish that they create on the gemstones. Just have a look at that. From one angle, you've got that rich chocolate brown tone. From the other, you've got those lighter sort of cognac tones. 75 character beer quartz, a premiere launch, never been seen before, and of course, we're going to give you an exclusive launch price. He did not tell me that price point. That is genuine shock that you've just seen written all over my face. $7.95. Okay, I'm going to tell everybody, I'm going to let everybody, I'm going to ruin the illusion of TV basically for everyone right now. Sometimes, you know, we do a little close-up of the gemstone strand and everything goes a little bit quiet. And people at home are thinking, oh, they're obviously letting us appreciate the gemstone. I think that's what people think, I don't know. Actually, what's happening is the producer and the presenter are having a discussion about the price. Now, I was all geared up for saying, right, can you get a shot of this and cut my microphone? Can we give everybody a deal tonight? Can we give them their P&P back? Can we lower it from $14.95 down to $11.95? That is the conversation that I was scripting in my mind when we were doing the close-up of this. I absolutely was not expecting to see the price $7.95 for gemstones of this quality. I know that all the other presenters are going to be telling me off now, saying, don't tell them that we're trying to manipulate the prices on screen. It's only because we want to make sure everybody gets the best deal. To be honest, more often than not, the producers are even more keen to take the prices down than we are. But I have to say, I thought the best possible price we were going to be able to offer you was $11.95. At $7.95, just start dialing the free phone number. You don't really need me. You can just put that recording on. Gorgeous quartz. I mean, natural beer quartz for $7.95. If you've already got an order up and running, there is absolutely no excuse for not adding this to your order at $7.95. It's an add it to your order price. For a premiere strand, you've still got 30 days to make your decision once you actually get it to your door. But we only have a limited number. That's why we're launching it at 6 p.m. on a Sunday night, because it's a limited edition commission. I don't know when we'll be able to get more of these. I don't know even if this will survive until 9 a.m. tomorrow. If it does, I can't guarantee you the price point at $7.95. This is your best opportunity to add this strand of beer quartz to your order. $7.95. I've never been so shocked with the price point, I don't think, as a presenter on Jewellery Maker, which is about a year now. Started my presenter training a year ago, so I remember it was around about my birthday. $7.95, wow. Well, I've never been more shocked. We are going to leave that on with you. We're going to give you the chance to come through to the call centre and speak to a member of our award-winning help team who will add that to your order for just $7.95. And while they're dealing with the slight queue we've caused on the phone line, and while everybody's checking out their baskets, we're going to go to a quick break. When we return, more amazing deals, so don't go away.
Owning a strand of genuine gemstones is always exciting, but being able to use it in your handcrafted jewellery, then passing it on to its new owner with proof of its authenticity is even more incredible. Why not add one of our printed authenticity cards to your order for just 50p and share that same feeling with your customers? You can also access online authenticity certificates for items you have previously ordered by looking at your order history on your account details. The certificate gives you valuable information about your purchase and is your guarantee of quality and peace of mind from the Genuine Gemstone Company.
Today I've been on the Wirework for Beginners course and it's been really helpful to me. I've bought wire and I've bought tools and not really had the confidence to use it because I'd feel like I was wasting it. So to come along and be shown exactly what to do and have one-to-one tuition has been brilliant for me, and it's really given me the confidence to go ahead with my jewellery making now.
You can now keep in touch by liking Jewellery Maker UK on Facebook. Get interactive with Jewellery Maker.
Come and join guest designer Debbie Bulford as she takes you on a creative journey building face canes from polymer clay. Debbie will guide you through the different stages of how to build each part of the face. Then you will focus on adding detail and character to your piece. Get creative and make personalised designs with this exciting workshop. The full course includes a block of ecru and translucent polymer clay, an array of polymer clay colours to add detail, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and a visit to our gemstone museum and shop. All of this for just $69.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Jewellery Maker have an extensive range of DVDs for all abilities. Each of our mediums has an introductory DVD to help you get started. If you're already an experienced jewellery maker, we have a collection of projects and more advanced DVDs to take your designs to the next level. We are always filming new DVDs with our specialist guest designers, so visit our website for more information.
Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time now for some essential deals because we're going to bring you fabulous findings. So we're going to bring you all of the items that no matter what discipline you're involved in, no matter what gemstone you're passionate about, you still need your essential findings to complete your designs. And where are we going to start? Okay, we're going to start with these detailed toggle clasps. And of course, as we know, toggle clasps actually offer you opportunities to create other pieces of jewellery such as your cufflinks. There you go, they're all coming out. So there you go, you've got lots and lots here. I'm just going to try and identify how many of each you get. I think it's 3 of each. Is that right? Yeah, 3 of each. And let's see how many different designs you get. Sorry for looking down at the desk and not looking at everybody, but I'm just sorting this out right now. So 3 of each, 3 of each. And that's the extra toggle that's come off of there. So 3, 6, 9, 12, 15 in total. Clues in the title, Ed, because it actually says that there. But I wanted to show you the different designs. So these are the largest ones, and just have a look at how intricate the actual metalwork is. It's almost like it's been gizmoed, isn't it? That's gorgeous. It creates a very significant look, but because the antique bronze finish, still quite a vintage feel to all of these toggle clasps actually. And actually, because I've been doing a bit of cufflink shopping recently, because I've got into my cufflinks now, I have to say, I've noticed that we don't get anything, us blokes. There's nothing for us, it's just for us, is there? Because there's loads of cufflinks on the market for women. Yeah, women love to power dress these days, and lots of the blouses come with traditional cuffs. And yeah, there's lots of cufflink designs out there for women. We don't get anything. And why should we? Right, here we go. These are your teardrop shaped toggle clasps, or pear drops, I suppose, is nicer. Mind you, you can have tears of joy. And on your pear-shaped ones, you've still got that sort of rope-like effect. You've got that detailing. And you've also got the antique bronze finish. So that's your second design. Have a look at this. This one's... Oh, this one. I'm thinking steampunk designs, because it looks a little bit retro. It looks a little bit industrial. I like that. Gives your design a little bit of character as well, because these are the kind of items that probably wouldn't traditionally be available. And Sam's just pointing out to me how well this particular one will go with some of these contemporary snake style cores that we've got coming up later in the show. Have a look at that. Yes, Sam. 10 out of 10. Works perfectly. Okay, so those are coming up later. I know those are going to be popular. So that's your third design. This is your 4th and your 5th design. These are more subtle sizes, and actually one is almost a variation of the other. So this one's almost just like your traditional gizmo one. This one's very vintage actually. You can imagine that on a sort of cameo style piece, can't you? So that one's gorgeous. That actually looks, because we always talk about the rope effect looking quite nautical, that actually makes the imagery I see there is like, you know, I know this isn't the right word, but the steering wheel on a ship.
The helm.
The helm. Is it really called the helm?
I think it's called the helm, yeah.
Oh, really? There you go. Every day's a school day, particularly here at Jewellery Maker. Yes, the helm. What did you call it? The helmsman. Oh, I always thought he was the ship driver. Right, okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different designs, 3 of each. Very, very vintage, although actually some of them have quite a contemporary finish to them, don't they? So lots and lots of design scope here. Let's get the price on screen because this is a wholesale deal. 15 individual toggle clasps in 5 different styles, so 3 of each, for £8.95. Unbelievable. That works out at 59p per clasp. And when you think about the antique bronze finish and the way it's going to enhance your designs, the way it's almost going to, I would say, sort of contextualize your designs, because it's going to let everybody know, yes, we're trying, I'm going for a vintage look here. And so it almost provides you with a little bit of credibility for the genre you're trying to achieve, the antique bronze finish. Or you may just enjoy putting together the cufflink designs that we've all learnt recently, including me. Mark showed me how to make them live on air, and you saw my, what could only be described as an effort at it, but as he did say, I was very trying. Sam's saying it was good. You don't have to shamelessly flatter me, Sam. Okay, I'll take it. It was brilliant. Right, we're moving on. We're moving on to your is these 925 sterling silver? Ooh, wow. This is precious metal. Again, not only will this allow you to provide your customers with a professional finish, but it also allow you to justify your price points or even elevate your price points. People will be expecting to pay a premium if they're investing in sterling silver or gold-plated silver, of course. And have a look at these. These are your ribbon cord endings. So I was just describing the fact that sometimes the braiding techniques and the finish that you actually attain can be maybe considered craft work rather than bespoke jewellery making. You can understand that because even when I was at school, we made friendship bracelets and what have you, you know, simple plaiting techniques. And so I think if you're working with the cord ends, it gives you that professional finish, and it does elevate it onto that next level and allows you to achieve higher price points for your piece of jewellery. Of course, the time and the effort that goes in to planning your design and to actually executing these techniques so professionally, you've got to be able to achieve the appropriate price point. You've got to be able to justify that price point, and the sterling silver ribbon cord endings allow you to do that. You get 3 here. You've also got, of course, your lobster claw clasp, very traditional. What's the word I'm looking for? Traditional finish, and very sturdy way to attach your bracelets together. $6.95 for 3 of those. That is absolutely awesome. Not just because of the value that you're receiving on your semi-precious metals like sterling silver, but also because of the price points it will allow you to achieve. So now we're talking about, rather than charging, say, £3.50 for a macrame bracelet, now you're talking about £10, £15 because you're working with genuine gemstones and you finished it with sterling silver. $6.95, people are flying in, lots and lots of people multi-buying this particular item. That just goes to show how popular the braiding techniques are. Say again, sorry? We only had a limited number. It looks like that is now going to be a sellout because we've got so many people multi-buying. Well done. Moving on now to Oh, and some more antique bronze findings here. So again, I think naturally people think of this as having a vintage feel to it, but actually we've seen how well they work in, well, the steampunk design, so they can work probably to the other extreme in really contemporary designs as well. 22 pieces in total, and this is actually designed to actually help you complete your macrame and braiding techniques and the pieces where that actually feature that, because you've got 4 different ribbon cord ends there in different sizes. So you've got 15 by 8, 17 by 8, 16 by 8 and 17 by 9. Then you've got a length of chain, 34 centimetres of chain there. I won't try and skip with that, I'll almost certainly trip myself up. I'm taller than that. But yeah, you've got 34 centimetres of chain there. Again, allows you to very easily complete your designs, doesn't it? Almost get you out of a hole occasionally, the old chain. So there you go, you've got a length of chain. You've actually got one of the toggle clasps, or very similar design to that featured in the previous pack. So there you go, you've got one of those. You've also got jump rings, and you've got a plain toggle clasp as well. 22 pieces all in all. You can see the gorgeous, look at the level of detailing on that metalwork. Absolutely going to enhance your designs. And let's get the price on screen, because again, they're flying out the door. Oh, no wonder, $5.95. Wow. Now, I have to say, I'm always excited by the findings opportunities. I used to be the sales manager of the channel. When I first moved over from Gems TV to Jewellery Maker, we only had one findings opportunity, the traditional findings pack that came as part of the kits. Yes, we had a few larger detailed pieces, but we certainly didn't have anything like this. This is seriously comprehensive. You can see everything you're going to get there. 4 different sizes of ribbon cord ends. There you go, that's a much better way to display it. 2 different toggle clasps. Jump rings there, you got 3, 6, 9, 12, 15 jump rings. You've got a 34 centimetre length of chain, and you've also got your ribbon cord endings. And in the picture, yes, that's right, so you've got one of each of those as well. 22 pieces all in all, $5.95. Unbelievable. Great deal. Perfect. Okay, we are going to move on. As I say, we've got lots and lots of findings to fit in. Wow, somebody just bought 3 of those. Multi-buying those. That's the way to do it. You can maximise on your 1p&p per day. Yes, we haven't done the second question of our competition yet. If you do want to win that suite of jewellery. And I'll tell you what, how about, if to be fair, each time we launch the next question, we show the previous ones, just in case somebody's come into the show late for you know, reasons beyond their control. I think it's only fair. Oh, the producer's not too sure. He thinks you should have been tuning in at 5 p.m. Director agrees with me. Let's do a democracy. So me and Bruce are both saying you should be allowed to see them. Liam's currently a no. There's 5 of us, so we'll get a Sam. This could be the deciding vote. Yeah. Well, we don't even need to ask Pete then. Suits us. Right, 3-1. Pete didn't get a vote. This is the jewellery you can win. We'll set the next question in a second. So you can win all of those gorgeous jewellery designs, very, very popular jewellery designs. But before that, let's keep the findings opportunities coming. We're going to do it after our next star buy. We'll show you the next question. And have a look at this. Another wholesale deal. Do you know, I'm not going to take these out of the bag, even though it's not particularly attractive, because they're just going to go everywhere. You've got 195 pieces here. I think everybody can get a feel for what you're actually getting here. They're 4mm gold-plated copper beads. It's almost as though this is a macrame fabulous findings section, actually, isn't it? Because you could just create gorgeous macrame designs using these space beads. I've actually seen a couple on Facebook, and they look incredible, and they look unisex. Think of this: black leather cord, gold-plated beads, 4mm. How sort of Gucci-esque is that? Seriously high-end looks. Other designers are available. Gold-plated copper beads here, and as I say, a wholesale deal, because we actually are giving you 195 as part of this particular product code. Let's have a look at the price point. $6.95 for gold-plated copper filings. Huge wholesale deal. Okay, can I tell everybody the conversation? My producer just went, why on earth did they go to that price? And the director said, what, was it a bit higher than this? And he was like, no, they dropped the price from $6.95. He said, we've got to match them. And he has. He's taken them down to $4.95. This is a bit strange, you know, because all of these rules seem to be contradicting one another. Because we're not really supposed to go to price points this low, yet we have to. They said they're going to take my mic out. I'm abolishing too many illusions tonight. Soon, this is just going to be like a pantomime. It's not even going to be TV anymore. Oh no, they didn't. $4.95. Most people now multi-buying this item. Currently, was available on our website for $6.95. We've just taken this under £5. I'll tell you what, I've been out and about over the last couple of days, blowing my birthday money, and I have found that change is completely useless because you just go through it. It's like water. When you've got change, you just spend it, don't you? So it has to be at least a £5 note if you want to hold on to it for any length of time. This isn't even a £5 note, so for $4.95 you can add these to your order. That is seriously impressive. I think this could be another sellout deal this evening. Can't say for certain. Of course, people can change their mind. People's cars might not go through. Anything like that can happen, but this is a serious add it to your order price. If you've already got an order up and running, then this is the perfect way to maximise on your 1p&p per day. Add these to your order for just $4.95. Essentially a clearance deal, really. I'm going to move on. Oh, sorry, I misheard. Oh, another reel of chain. This time, I didn't even know we did the rose gold one. It's only been on air once prior to this evening. And we're going to match the launch price. My word. How many of these have we got left in stock after launch? Oh no. Okay. So when we launched this, we had just over 200. And effectively 3/4 of the stock sold on launch. I really want a reel of this, so I'm very, very concerned. 4 by 3 mil are the size of the link. So again, it's those larger, more significant links to the chain. Oh, it's just so beautiful. It's got a very strong pink hue coming from the rose gold. I guess it's because it's plating on top of the copper. It looks phenomenal, doesn't it? That is going to work in so many different designs. I mean, actually, because you can match it up with, say, your very feminine gemstones and play on those pink hues to create very feminine designs. Or you can match it up with your antique bronze toggle class to create real vintage looks. So it can go in one of two different directions, can't it, the rose gold? I love working with rose gold. Actually, you know what I do a lot in my designs? The mixture of rose gold and yellow gold. I think it looks fantastic. It's not a clash really, is it? I think it's very complementary. I know that in the past people have had some reservations about matching up different metal tones, but now I actually think it's quite a prominent fashion trend. So I didn't even know we did the reels of rose gold plated copper chain, potentially because this has only been seen once prior to today. That's great actually, Sam, because this is a very popular design that's being created currently, and it just goes to show how well the metal tones do complement one another when they are matched up. You see that? I think this is it a Karen Crawford design, is that right? I'm going to be wrong now I've said it, so my apologies if Laura or Rachel or any of the other very talented wire workers put this together. I thought it was Karen, but I could be wrong. And it just goes to show how well the rose gold, the yellow gold and the silver all work together in one design. Beautiful. And look at that, blue gemstones as well. Maybe you wouldn't have thought of doing that either. So that's just an idea for how you can work with your metal tones. This is only your second chance, and it could be your final chance. 3/4 of the stock sold on launch. We only have a quarter remaining now. It's $24.95 for 10 meters of rose gold plated copper chain here. 4x3mm in the links. And again, that gives you so many different opportunities. I mean, just varying lengths of chain in those sort of chandelier? That's a Friends character. Chandelier style earrings, you know, the shoulder dusters, or even as pendants. Seen people having a gemstone as the focal point and then varying lengths of chain dangling down from that. Even just traditional earring designs that aren't sort of showstoppers, if you like, that aren't your shoulder dusters, everyday pieces. 3 varying lengths of chain with a gemstone attached to the end. That can be a very effective look. $24.95, you've got 10 meters here. Once again, it's flying out the door as you'd expect. I'm just going to give up on the skipping thing. $24.95, my producer's always concerned that I'll trip myself up, smack my head on the floor and be knocked out. He doesn't want to present the show. Yeah, we've got participation. Pete, you can jump in. We're not taking that risk. Right, we're moving on. We could just make Pete skip, actually. It doesn't matter if he gets hurt. That's what Sam was originally suggesting. I thought you meant he could step into the fold if I injured myself. Okay, let's launch the second competition question. So, this is a name the film competition. There's 4 in total. We're going to launch 1 each hour. Now, we've now decided we are going to let you see the previous question. You have to collect all 4 answers. We'll give you details of how to enter later in the show, and you've already seen the amazing prizes you can win, that suite of jewellery. So let's have a look at the first question then. Okay, so the images represent the title of a film. This is question 1, and you can see that that's, for me, is quite a straightforward one, but as ever, it's only obvious if you know. We're not luring you into a false sense of security. It really is as easy as it looks. Okay, let's have a look at question 2 then. So you've got 1. You need to now take down 2. And, oh, it's a good one. I like it. I like it. So this is question 2, and the images represent the title of a film. So once you've worked that out, that's 2. You're halfway. If you've worked that out. Hold on. Lassie Bricks home? It was Lassie Goes home now. Anyway, I'm sure you can work it out. So that's number 2. We have got 4 questions in total. Ignore that, by the way. That wasn't a clue. That was just me messing around. So that's question 2. So if you get both of those, there's 2 more to come. 1 in the 7 p.m. hour, 1 at the start of the 8 p.m. hour, and at 8:30 we will give you a signal of when to enter and how to enter. So there you go. You can win all that jewellery designs. But right now, it's time for another Star Buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for another Star Buy. As I always like to just explain, in case we've got new buyers, we're generally either going to be launching a Premier strand like we did with our beer quartz. The price on that was outstanding. Or we're going to be offering you a discount bundle. I hear that beer quartz hasn't sold out. Is that correct? There might be some beer quartz left. If you missed out on the previous Star Buy, we launched a brand new strand of beer quartz for $7.95. I mean, we're not talking about nuggets here. We're talking about faceted jewellery quality beer quartz, and we come from our Gems of Distinction range, and we launched it at $7.95. So if I were you, add that to your order. Now, when we put together a discount bundle, the aim is to provide you with a wholesale price, a bit of a discount deal if you like. It's exactly what we've done here. The more items we bundle in, the more of a saving we can offer you. That's just how it works here at Jewellery Maker. And so the idea is that we basically get you the lowest possible price. Generally, it's for genuine gemstones. It could be a findings bundle, for example, but on this occasion, it's a 5-strand super saver. So we're taking some of our more popular strands, bundling them together so we can give you the best price. Hopefully that makes sense. Now, I have to say, with the summer months upon us, in fact, and do you know what? I would have called this the Glastonbury bundle, because it's got a very festival-like feel to it, very vibrant colours, or maybe the Notting Hill Carnival kind of inspired looks here. And Gay Pride this weekend as well, wasn't it, in London? So these colour tones are really on trend at the moment because you've got lots of vibrancy here. Have a look at this. Purple quartz. I've just picked up the orange one. That'll be confusing. So we've got purple quartz and orange quartz. That's the reason I say it. 90 carats of each, 6mm rounds. Perfect for your macrame bracelets. Festival jewellery, eat your heart out. Although, am I about to be corrected or what? Okay, have a look at this. So these are your very, very vibrant colour tones, 6mm rounds. So perfect for those macrame bracelet designs. Although, 6mm rounds are a little bit in demand right now as well. We've also got your clear quartz rounds. Those are ever so slightly smaller. They're 5mm. Oh, I'll tell you what, bridal commissions for the summer months, you've got to have your clear quartz rounds, haven't you? So this is really the essence of a 5-strand super saver, the chance to bring you essential gemstone strands, but with a bit of a saving. Iolite now, very, very well-known gemstone, very popular with gemstone collectors, people who are maybe investing in bespoke jewellery designs. Maybe they're looking to offer somebody some of those personal commissions. If you can offer them top quality iolite, then that might seal the deal. 65 carats here. You've got plain ovals. They range in size from 6x5 to 11x8. That comes from our Gems of Distinction range, which represents the highest possible quality we can source for you here at Jewellery Maker. And then have a look at this. This is what really gives the whole thing a real lift. Multicoloured agate in your 3mm rounds. Now we know how popular 3mm rounds are. We know how versatile they are. Work on so many different popular disciplines. So your soutache designs, your bead loom, or just to create very vibrant but intricate looks. I mean, have a look at these. These are gorgeous. You know, I've seen a lot of very, I hope this doesn't sound derogatory, I've seen a lot of very busy summer dresses, if you like. So a lot of colour tones on there. How perfect is this? This is Carnival. These are the Carnival earrings. I mean, if you're heading away for the summer months, even if it is that you are just going to a festival for a few days, you still want to look your best. You still want to have a certain piece of jewellery that maybe sets you apart from the rest of the crowd. It is quite literally a crowd, isn't it, a festival? Because, you know, you can't put your wedges on. You got to wear your wellies. You can't put on your LBD. You got to put on your hoodie. But you can wear gorgeous jewellery designs, and these earrings, for me, absolutely represent a high-end look that is still fun, playful, perfect for, actually, do you know what? Even if you're just creating holiday jewellery designs to go with, you know, some of your summer dresses, you know, those floaty skirts that people wear abroad. I'll tell you what, this morning, if you need a new fashion advisor, give me a call. Turn to a right fashionista. Can I just say one thing before we do? Can we just have a look at the top of this design? Because I noticed that we were focusing on the intricacy of the 3mm rounds, but just have a look at how well the Cheryl Cole colour blocking works at the top of the design there, the purple and the orange together. This is a 5-strand super saver featuring iolite, purple and orange quartz, your clear quartz, and that multi-coloured agate, which gives you so many opportunities. Oh, We'll bring the price on and then have a look at how elegant this next design is. £9.95. Now I've focused predominantly on how vibrant these 3 strands are. But have a look at this. When you start to separate these out, maybe pick out some of the darker tones from this strand as well. Have a look at what you can create here. I mean, that is just elegant evening wear, isn't it? Traditional violet hues coming from your iolite. The perfect accent gemstones in your monochrome offerings from your clear quartz rounds, which are 5mm, and then your tiny little jet black, or it might be navy blue, a little difficult to tell from the lighting in the studio. But that, to me, is very elegant. Looks perfect on silver as well. This is the idea behind our 5-strand Super Savers, to bring you a versatile collection of gemstones that will allow you to increase your gemstone stash and maybe feel a little more inspired when you do look down at your collection of gemstones at less than £2 a strand, £1.99 per strand. That is an opportunity not to be missed. £9.95 for 5 strands, wow. I don't think any of those strands are available for £1.99 on our website, so you're making a huge saving there. It is, for me, a wholesale deal, and that's the way to do it. You've got to have your orange and purple, haven't you? That's what Mark's taught us all here on The Late Show about Cheryl Cole colour blocking. That's what we can take away. Right, okay, now, if you are maybe putting together some more of your traditional designs so that you can sell your piece of jewellery at traditional craft fairs, or maybe you have carved out a niche opening at a golf club or in a salon, for example, you need to be presenting your jewellery designs appropriately. You need to be able to show your potential customers that you're a real pro, that you work to high standards, that you source genuine gemstones, that you work with precious metals. And the one thing that will allow you to justify your price points, apart from the finish on your designs, is the way you present it to your customers. These busts are probably the most popular item for presenting your jewellery designs appropriately. We know that whenever we do a trade show here at Jewellery Maker, where we do focus on, you know, people who do sell their jewellery designs, the busts are, you know, they're a guaranteed seller on any trade show. Okay, people are multi-buying these and only have a limited number because we did a trade show at the start of the month and virtually sold the stock out. We were left with 20 exactly in stock. I can tell you, Christine's got 2, Nikki's got 1 lorry, anonymous buyers coming in. We're down to 15 already, so if you do want to add this bust, I should just say you don't get the necklace. The necklace is part of the competition prize, so you can own the necklace actually if you do enter our competition. Let's get the price on screen then. Uh-oh, we're in trouble already because the phone's ringing as we bring the price on screen. £8.95, and this is the large bust, so this is 25.5 by 21 centimetres. What happened, Liam? Oh dear. Was this a member of the help team that called you? Oh, a member of the help team phoned my producer. I thought it might be one of the bosses to say, why is that bust on the Late Show? We're supposed to be saving them up for trade shows. Don't worry. We wanted to give anybody who missed out on the trade show opportunities the chance to own the bust. £8.95. Okay, we've only got single figures of availability. Should we try it in English? Probably easier in English. Mind you, I struggle with that most of the time as well. Oh, Helen's texted in to say, really enjoying my bust. It makes it much easier to do necklaces. Oh, and Sam had already made that observation to the producer. She said, I'll tell you what, making the necklace is so much easier when you've got a bust. Why is that then? Just because you can work out how it's going to fall on the neckline, or?
Sorry, haven't got a handy.
Ah, okay, so you're using it instead of the crocodile clips, essentially.
And then
There you go.
that for...
So what, just a head pin at the back to hold it in place?
I sometimes just do a bit of sellotape to be able to
Oh,
do
just
the
a bit of
eye.
masking tape, there you go.
And then just be able to do it.
And then, I suppose if you're photographing your designs as well, for a website or for a Facebook site, because you sell some of your designs via your Facebook site, don't you? It's going to look more professional on the leatherette bust, isn't it?
When I just put it down on a sheet. When I second put it on a bust, more people are at contact.
Oh, that is a valuable piece of information. It looks like that's going to be a sellout, so we'll take it off screen so nobody gets disappointed. But that is a very valuable piece of information, what Sam just shared with us. She's been trying to sell her jewellery designs via her Facebook site, and so she's been laying her pieces of jewellery out on like a piece of felt or cloth, just a white sheet, sorry, taking the photo, putting them up. The second she started to put her designs on the bus, and so she said the order's probably like 2 or 3 times as many people purchasing her jewellery designs. There you go. All about the way you present your designs. Moving on though, I'm now going to give you the chance to own these baby pink Keshi pearls that I actually did show people earlier, but again I've only got single figures of availability. Baby pink tones here. I always think of the Keshi pearls as being very effective in the popular sort of organic motifs, because I always think they have a sort of a leaf-like shape to them. Because of course, you know, I suppose leaves, they're another of Mother Nature's creations, aren't they? And they, no two are really the same. I imagine there are 2 leaves that have been the same. So before anybody texts in, but you know what I mean. There's always going to be a slight variation in, you know, the detailing on the leaves or the shape or the size. And I think that the Keshi pearls actually work really well as sort of vine leaves in designs. And of course, I love that little play of using one natural mineral to represent another. Probably the most feminine tone you could ever ask for, your beautiful baby pink pearls. Looks like that's going to be a sellout, so congratulations. We knew they'd fly. They're always going to fly, I'm afraid. Ooh, we've gone from one very, very natural mineral to another here. Fossilized tree resin, better known as amber. This is gorgeous. I'll tell you what, please, Sam, sorry, could you please pass me? You're already coming back with the beer quartz, aren't you? Oh, you've got the amber. Yeah, can I also have the beer quartz that we launched? Yeah, cool. Thank you, because that is this is the perfect accent for me. You've got those cognac tones. It's just perfect. Now, Sam's actually brought me this natural piece of rough amber. This goes to show how it actually forms. And this could be straight out of a Spielberg film, because you can see the little insect trapped inside it there as well. It's got a very prehistoric feel to it, hasn't it, amber? I think... I was just going to say, I think that even before the movie came out, amber has a bit of a prehistoric feel to it because of the way it forms, because of the history attached to it. Wow, Pete's a bit efficient, isn't he? How much did he pack away the beer quartz, Sam? You found it at the bottom of the bag though, don't worry, there you go. Look at this for a combination. I love that, because then you do get some of the richer tones from the quartz there. Oh, we didn't even bring the price on, and there's only single figures remaining. I like that as a combination, really like that. I mean, I'd just have that as the centre stone and just have that on the neckline personally. Job done. One thing people sometimes don't realise about amber is how lightweight it is, and so it's so comfortable to wear, particularly in everyday pieces. I've been sort of making the reference that this is probably the same weight as I'm estimating, of course, as about a squash ball. So it's very, very lightweight. $14.95 for cognac amber, and we seem to be working on about a 6-month cycle with amber. It looks like it's going to be a sellout, so we have to move on again. And can I just say that cognac, it's not cognac, but it's beer quartz, sorry, is still available. There are still a limited number available. We launched that this evening at $7.95. Just have a look at the way it's faceted. I'm just so impressed with that. I don't think I've ever been as shocked by a price as I was on this. So if you do want to add that to your order, it's still available. You'll find it in the gemstone section of the website. Is that right? Oh, we've now got an all section, just in case people are struggling to sift through all the hit all, and it's going to be quite high up, and you'll see the timer. When did we launch it? 6. So it's probably got about 12 minutes left on it. Oh, 18 minutes. Oh, because it's when the graphics go off the screen, and I was getting excited about it until about 10 past 6. There you go. Right, moving on though. Wow. Stop. Haematite. This is metallic blue. Haematite. Boo. Oh no, sorry. 12mm rounds. One of the things I would say about hematite is that it's the opposite of amber. Amber's very lightweight. Hematite, very gem heavy. So this, sometimes I suppose people equate the solidity of a design by how heavy the actual piece is. And for evening wear particularly, this will work really, really well, I think. Now, we have got a bundle coming up in the final hour of the show that might just allow you to integrate this into your designs very, very easily. Have a look at that. Because you've got the plain rounds, because you've got the significant sizes, I mean particularly the peacock tones with the white, that looks good. But actually, sometimes, you know, you don't always think about putting blues and greens together. That looks gorgeous, doesn't it? Maybe it's because with the metallic coating that we've applied to this hematite, it's not just a sort of royal blue colour tone. If you look closely, sorry, that's not me slamming them down, they are just very, very heavy. Have a look at that. Can you see that? Slight variations. You've got little fuchsia tones, golden flecks coming through there, fuchsia, purples, almost a very similar look to that of maybe like a Tahitian pearl, something like that, those sort of peacock colour tones coming through. And of course, hematite, you know, has its own rich heritage attached to it. Very popular in traditional Victorian designs, although probably more of the metallic tones rather than the coloured tones, but this just allows you to take it in another direction. Maybe if you don't want to invest in precious metals, it could offer you that opportunity to have a slight metallic shimmer in your design that you might not associate with coloured gemstones. Over 700 carats of blue my word, 2 days off, that's all I've had. Can't do it. $10.95 for 12mm rounds. We're going to move on. Okay, we're now going to let everybody see the second question that we launched in this hour of the show. You need all 4 before you can enter, don't forget. We'll tell you how to enter shortly. Yes, and when we show you the third one, we'll show you 1 and 2 again. But let's have a look at the second one. Don't forget, the 3 images represent the title of a film. So, trying to think of what else it could be. You know, when you know the answer, it's kind of tough to think of variations. Yeah, my producer's quite good at this. He's good at coming up with alternatives. What was that one, Director Bruce? Dogstone Avenue? No, it's not that. Okay, so if you are starting to put it together, that's your second one. And you need all 4. There's going to be 1 each hour. And you could win all of this lovely jewellery here that's been created by our guest designers and our resident jewellery makers. So really impressive set of jewellery. They'll sort that out. I'll get the next gemstone strand available. Ooh, that was popular. That was made by Teresa. Hannah Osborne's pearl necklace from last night. And just have a look at this, because I have now got your opportunity to own January's birthstone. Another very traditional gemstone, another gemstone that's well known on the open jewellery market, and I would say by people, even if they haven't got a particularly high interest in gemstones or a passion for gemstone jewellery, most people still aware of gorgeous garnet. And when you think of garnet, this is the colour tone you want to see. I'm not surprised to hear that we only have a limited number of these. That is a very impressive Gems of Distinction strand. This is the quality I associate with our elite range of gemstones. And it's not a sort of pigeon blood red, it's more of those sort of pomegranate tones. It is gorgeous, right? I think they should have recorded this with a white background so you can really get an appreciation for the colour tone you've got here. Sort of strawberry reds almost. The faceting on the surface of the gemstone. I love this strand. I've really fallen in love with this, and my producer's just given you an exclusive price reduction. Lowered it down to $14.95. And what he's actually done is launched the match price. Come on, Ed. Matched the launch price, my word. So effectively handing you back the equivalent of your P&P, £3 reduction there on, I'm sorry to say this, and I know some people don't like this phrase, but jewellery quality gemstones. These are the quality of the garnet I'd expect to see set into 9-carat gold elsewhere. I'm seriously impressed with that. And while we're talking about the sort of the standard of the faceting that our lapidarists employ, I mean, just have a look at that. That's quite an interesting combination, actually. The browns and the reds might work. That is a really great point my director just made. That, like, we have a what is it, like a common prep area where you can record strands and jewellery designs. So it's used by our sister channels Rocks TV and Gems TV, as well as their directors and tech ops recording the jewellery designs. And Bruce is just saying that he was recording this strand next to somebody who's recording jewellery which probably would demand a 3 if not a 4-figure sum, and couldn't see a great deal of difference in the finish on the gemstones. The quality for him was very, very similar. That is a really impressive thing to say about the quality of the gemstones we offer here at Jewellery Maker, especially when I think sometimes we get a little bit blasé when we're looking at price points of $5.95, $6.95, $7.95, or even, you know, when my producer is offering you bundles where the gemstone equivalent price is $1.99 a strand. We start to think of $14.95 as a high-end price point, but for 65 garnets of this quality, seriously impressive. And that, I mean, for me, the reason that you've got such a rich colour tone here is the clarity in the gemstones. They are very, very clean. And this is probably why, you know, my director has been, you know, able to make that comparison. Not a direct comparison, of course, because there will be a difference in the finish. They're set into 18-carat gold with diamonds, and obviously the value that Gems TV can bring you is very, very impressive. Now here, slightly more included gemstone, okay, and as a result, actually, a completely different colour tone, more of a sort of plum than a strawberry red. So you've got a slightly different colour tone, and wow, $9.95 now. 45 carats of garnet. Now you're still looking at January's birthstone. You're still looking at that traditional colour tone you'd associate with a gemstone. And actually, should I tell you something? Because you've got that slightly darker saturation of colour because of the inclusions, the faceting is almost more effective because you're getting even greater lustre. I'd actually say that on the previous strand you've got a bit of sparkle. On this strand you've got gorgeous lustre. That's the distinction I'd make because of the depth of colour. Can you see that? Look at that. This is absolutely going to enhance any design that you want to add garnet to. This is going to be the main attraction, isn't it? The quality of the garnet that we can offer you is just out of this world. Beautiful, gorgeous tones there, and they range in size from 7x5 to 8x6 at under £10. This comes from our Gems of Distinction range. This is us flexing our value muscles, the best possible quality we can source for you at the lowest possible price there. 45 carats for £9.95. If you have added this to your basket, don't forget to check out to avoid disappointment. I'm going to leave that on with you. Oh, before I do, actually, sorry to mention the C word again on live TV. Greens and reds for Crimbo. Superstar buy. Beautiful green amethyst. And then your sort of, what do you call it? Mulled wine kind of red tones there from your garnet. So that could end up creating a very festive design, I say, in June. Who knows? Okay, that's our Superstar buy. That's coming up. Not too long to wait, actually, for the Superstar buy. We're flying through the deals tonight. We're halfway. And you know what that means? Time for another Star buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for another Star buy. On this occasion, do you know what? This particular deal really feeds into a lot of the feedback that we've been getting recently. Lots of people saying, can we have kits that do offer you the same value on findings, that have the same variation in the gemstones, but I really don't need any more threading materials? Remember we got that email last week on a couple of occasions? People saying like they just don't need any more beading thread at the moment, things like that. And so this allows you to increase your stash of findings and gemstones, because I have seen people's garages and they've got like, you know, 100 reels of beading thread. So it's going to be very, very difficult to get through 5,000 meters of beading thread anytime soon. Of course, also with the traditional kits, you get probably higher carat weights of each gemstone, but you are generally limited to 3 to 5 strands. This gives you a much more versatile collection of gemstones. It's one of our mini bead scoops. Have a look at this. Do we know that it is going to be this colour theme, or could it be any variation? This is the blue and green. Brilliant. So you are definitely going to get these tones. In fact, we had a show which just organically ended up focusing on this combination of colours. Remember the turquoise and the coppers? And so actually we know how well they work together. Effectively, you've got a combination of agates, blue agates. You've actually got a bit of natural turquoise, I can see it, as well as Amazonite, sodalite. Well, just have a look at that. You've got a sodalite heart next to a piece of, is that natural turquoise? Certainly seems to be. I'd say it has to be. I don't know for a fact. I haven't got a lab test on this specific gemstone, but, well, if it isn't, it's probably the closest gemstone I've ever seen to looking like turquoise. So, like, heart-shaped cut there. Faceted Amazonite. Anybody? I like that. Because can you see the way the marquise cut's been faceted? Beautiful. So what's the carat weight then? So over 500 carats of gemstones. That's the guarantee. It all comes in your little organza bag as usual. And you're going to get a variation of blues and bronzes basically. So you've got, you can see there, you've got sort of chocolate brown or pearl there, but because of the pearlescence, it has a very, almost a golden finish to it. Look at that. That looks like rhyolite jasper to me. As I say, I haven't got a lab test on these, so don't quote me specifically on those, but I'm just trying to give you an idea of the kind of gemstones and the colour tones that are included in the bead scoop. You also get a huge array of findings. You've got a metre of chain. Oh, and that's got that quite industrial finish to the links. There's everything you've got. A metre of chain. You've got your fancy earring findings in the form of the, what do they normally call those? I think they call them hanging ear wires, but you know, they're like fancy earring findings. Anyway, you've got three total class. You've got your jump rings, you've got your spacer beads, you've got your crimp bead covers, you've got 3 different kinds of head pins, your ball head pins, your fine head pins, which are I think 0.3 mil, so they go through the fine rondelles, and you've also got, have a look at this, your star-headed pins, as well as your ribbon cord ends. So there you go, look at that. It's going to add so much character to your designs with that kind of attention to detail. Silver plated copper here. All in all, you have got, I'm guessing, is this 115 pieces? 115 pieces in total, and over 500 carats of your lucky bead scoop, $9.95 for the lot. So that has to be the most efficient way to get started with the hobby of jewellery making, or maybe to replenish the stocks which are causing you the greatest problems, your gemstones and your findings, rather than your threading materials. Just have a look at this selection of gemstones. Just see how we get to 500 carats. They're going everywhere. Pearls, agates, there you go. So have a look at these. You got these in there? 2 pendants. Oh, I've just thought of something. That's through drilled there. Bit of cord through that. That is a surfboard. It has got a drill hole there. I mean, that, if you've got like a nephew or a family friend who maybe is heading off to uni, maybe you're part of Pete's fan club and you want to send him in a gorgeous design to wear this summer, then that, for me, I mean, I can't guarantee you're going to get this particular gemstone. I'm just saying, from the selection we've got, huge feature pendant there. Oops, a daisy. My apologies. But you've also got your little 3mm emerald green agates. Ooh, look at that. Love that. That's like a little planet, isn't it? Faceted. What do we see? A sodalite heart as well. Oh, look at that. Huge carat weight there. Over 500 carats of gemstone. It looks to me like you've got a little bit of turquoise in there, personally. Oh, look at this. Sorry, but just have a look at this tiger's eye there. Is it? I think it is. Oh, right. Okay, so Ali suggests that this might be mother of pearl that's had a sort of a lacquer coating to give it that sheen. Okay, that could be accurate. As I say, this is not specifically the gem selection you're going to get. I haven't got a lab test for these. We're just sort of giving you an idea of the kind of gemstones included. But you've got over 500 carats, and you've got a combination of the blues, the turquoises, and the bronze colours with your silver-plated copper findings. 115 pieces on all. We'll leave that one with you at just $9.95. I'll tell you what, if you've been trying to maybe get one of your friends involved in jewellery making, and whenever they see the kits and they think, oh, I don't quite want to spend $24.95 or $21.95 on a kit, for under £10, got everything you need, haven't you? I'm sure you can chuck them a reel of beading thread. Okay, we're going to go to a quick break. When we return, the second half of the late show, including the third competition clue, so don't go away.
If you love classic jewellery, then why not come and join guest designer Gemma Crow on our vintage workshop. Gemma will guide you through various beading and wirework techniques which will inspire you to create timeless designs from a bygone era. The full course includes a selection of wire, a selection of findings and charms, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools and equipment, a buffet lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio, and a visit to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $69.95. Have a blast from the past and take home some amazing designs. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Join guest designer Debbie Kershaw for the Introduction to Stamping DVD. Debbie will guide you through many techniques including basic stamping, spacing, multiple wording, stamping onto metal blanks and polymer clay. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Join guest designer Liz Welsh and master the art of friendly plastic. Liz will guide you through the basics of using this medium, including how to shape and fuse your friendly plastic and how to use transfer foils, gleams and gilding flakes. You will make an array of projects throughout the day and pick up lots of handy hints and tips. The full course includes a selection of friendly plastic colours, a findings pack in silver copper plated wire, use of gleam, gilding flakes and foils, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and a visit to our gemstone museum and shop. All of this for just $79.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Join the incredibly talented guest designer Alison Tarry in her very first wire sculpture DVD. In this edition, you will learn all the skills needed to create fabulous scrollwork designs, including a decorative bell, wire booties and an ornamental box. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Welcome back to the Late Show here on Jewellery Maker. My name's Ed. Thank you so much for joining us, and we are very busy this evening. We have people flying in. In fact, because the deals are so good here on the Late Show, because the pricing is so competitive, I don't think we've had a deal yet where I haven't had a multi-buyer. So most of the opportunities we brought you, somebody's taken at least two of the item because everything has just been so competitive. You know that here at Jewellery Maker, we're part of the Genuine Gemstone Company. Maybe you don't know this. So basically, the company as a whole has a number of different channels. So we've got Gems TV, which is our flagship channel. It's been going for nearly 10 years now. We also have Rocks TV, which is very similar to Gems TV, although we broadcast 24 hours a day to the States. Then we have Jewellery Maker, which you're all familiar with, and that's us. And we sell the means to create dreams. So you can make your own jewellery designs. But we've also got our internet channel known as The Lounge. We're also about to launch a new charity channel, which is completely unique, first of its kind, where we sell goods that are donated to the charity by larger organisations, or of course we give a route to market for impoverished areas, maybe like the Samburu tribe who create the bracelets. We're also going to be working in the UK with impoverished areas of people who are putting together products, and we're going to give them a route to market. So, you know, really exciting opportunities here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, but the one thing we do take very seriously is the ability to provide you with the best value on the market for genuine gemstones. We work directly with the mine owners, we cut out all of the middlemen, and that means you get lower prices. Now, I was just looking over at that actually, my producer saying make sure you let everybody know that we are going to give everybody their second opportunity to own this leatherette cord with the snake print effect. I mean, this is just out of this world. Do you know what? I wonder, could you just make a belt out of this? Let's have a look. I'm probably larger than most people, so I'm a good person to test this on. But go around me. Ooh, look at that. What do you mean nearly? It's touching. They're touching. It's gone round. Give me a break. So you could. What?
Ladies wear it there on the dress, so it's it would
Oh, ladies wear it higher up. Yeah. They don't need their waists. They wear it normally with a dress. So, oh, I don't think we should be going around my belly, Sam. Nah, you're right. There's absolutely no trouble. I can get it. I can pinch an inch. There we go. The leatherette snake effect cord coming up at the top of the hour. You also get your clasp as well. Oh, hold on a minute. A designer I mentioned earlier might have something to say about these clasps. Look at that. Doesn't that look like a designer Italian metalwork to anybody else? Right, we'll move on. That's coming up at the top of the hour. Coming up at past. Oh, the onyx and quartz, like that. Hold on. Black onyx with some kind of coating. This almost looks like sort of navy blue finish to it. Okay, so this combination coming up at 7:30, is that correct? Interesting, never seen that before. Let's kick off with a bit of a deal. Okie dokie. Because we are now entering into our clearance segment of the show, so I know what you're thinking. This hasn't been clearance so far. The prices have been pretty incredible so far. Producer Liam trying to give you some pretty amazing deals and trying to make genuine gemstones as accessible as possible. Here we're looking at another birthstone. Hold on a second. 12mm plain rounds of citrine, already down to $7.95. Well, we're about to give you a clearance price. I hope you're dialing that free phone number already. Don't forget, the second the graphics hit the screen, you can start dialing to get involved with these deals. Or, of course, if you're logged in at JewelleryMaker.com, that's probably the most efficient way to shop from us because, of course, you just need to click to buy now. Make sure you check out to avoid disappointment because, of course, if the stock levels get low and somebody dials up, and you've just got it sitting in your basket, your item can be allocated to their order. $5.89. These are huge. Have you seen these in the flesh? He has. But he's a maverick. That's what he says. Over 350 carats of citrine. Of course, November's birthstone, and we've just been talking about the fact that it is important to stock up on your gemstones for the end of the year. To be honest, you always need to have your birthstone jewellery. Even in June, if somebody whose birthday is in November walks into your summer craft fair, they're still probably more inclined to invest in citrine or topaz jewellery than any other because they've got that personal association with the gemstone. They associate this as being their birthstone. £5.89. That is really impressive. Once again, people multi-buying. Wow. Do you know what? The strand itself is a design because the graduation is so perfect on this pyrite. As a piece of evening wear, you could just restrand that. I mean, look at that rich golden tone that you've got from pyrite. That's what most people associate with this gemstone. And of course, traditionally known as fool's gold because it has been mistaken for that precious metal so many times. You can understand why. You could actually use these as little spacer beads to maybe inject that metallic tone of the precious metal into your designs without having to invest in very expensive gold. These are gorgeous. Tell you what, how about separating out the sizes and creating macrame bracelets? Macrame bracelets that actually graduate. You like that? So leather cord. I was thinking black leather cord with gold. The largest one in the centre, which is 12mm. Then two of your 10mm, two of your 8mm, something like that. Whoa. Again, I'm quite shocked at the current price. 200 carats of pyrite, in fact over 200 carats of pyrite, already down at $8.95. Again, look at the way these have been faceted. And if you pardon the pun, no stone left unturned. Okay. £6.3, nobody appreciating my dad jokes this evening. Like it. So even though I was getting a bit of earache from the producer and director saying that is terrible, they said, Pete, show our discontent by shaking your head, and he said he struggled with that because he actually liked my dad joke. There you go. We've taken this down to a clearance price. Don't worry about me messing around. The one thing I am taking seriously is the genuine gemstones, gorgeous pyrite, available at the clearance price of £6.03. Once again, I've got people multi-buying this strand, and it's because the price point is so low. Don't forget, all of these price reductions are only available for 60 minutes, so you've got to react the second they come on screen. Whoa, this is rather interesting. Very, very natural cuts of opal. So you've got the earthy colour tones here, you've got the earthy inclusions, and you've even got some traditional opalescence coming off of this gemstone. Now, I don't want to go too far trying to find it. I have seen this one's almost glowing, a little bit of purple, a little bit of green coming through. I don't know if it's going to come through on screen. Do you know what? This is why we offer you a 30-day money-back guarantee. So you can get these home and you can make an informed decision. Some people just love the organic cuts, don't they? And they want to know that they are investing in Mother Nature's creations, and that, you know, the gemstones that are featuring in their design haven't just been rattled off by a machine. I mean, can you imagine, you know, just how long these were in the making, the pressures, the temperatures that these have gone through while they've been forming. Beautiful opal. And we always think of opal as being quite a sentimental gemstone, really. It tends to have quite emotive associations for a lot of people. And it is, of course, October's birthstone. So if you are trying to stock up on your birthstones, this is going to be your best opportunity. These are your rough nuggets, giving you a very naturalistic finish. They range in size from 7x3 to 12x7, and we're taking it down to a clearance price. £5.02. Wow. Hey? Wow. So we're pricing this down to the penny, and even then, my producer's gone a little bit above and beyond. He's gone a few pence lower than he should have gone. £5.02 for genuine Ethiopian opal gives you the opportunity to offer your customers opal, but at much more competitive prices. Oh, hello, hold on. Have a look at this. Maybe I can show you this opalescence, this traditional pin fire. I can see it. I've got sort of like orange tones coming through. I'm turning the gemstone all around. Oh, I've got greens as well now. Surely that's got to come through on the screen. I'm just going to give me 30 seconds. If I can't show it, then we'll hope that our customers trust us and use their 30-day money-back guarantee. I'm really struggling, but I promise you I can see it. I wouldn't lie to you. There is a lot of opalescence coming on the surface of that. For £5.02, why don't get it home and see it for yourself. If it doesn't suit your design, oh, I can see some more now. Oh, I won't bother. It's the studio lighting. If you're tuning in for the first time, you're probably a little sceptical of that. But I assure you, the set is lit not to optimise the optical effects of the gemstones, but rather, you know, for TV, if you like. And so it's a little bit difficult sometimes. Regular viewers already know that's true because they've probably ordered Labradorite or Moonstone or Opal from us in the past, and they know the studio lights just don't do it any favours. Have a look at these gorgeous variation of colour tones here. And actually, the very, very clever thing about the way these agates have been dyed is that all of the colour tones are colour tones you would see in natural gemstones. So, I mean, that is the colour of pink tourmaline. That is purple amethyst. That is, down here, that is an emerald green, isn't it? Citrine, these sort of petrol blues that you might associate with certain varieties of tourmaline, I would say. Look at that. Gorgeous sort of iolite blue there, isn't it? So you've got a much denser gemstone, probably agate more heavily associated with jewellery making than it is with traditional jewellery designs. And it's because it is denser, and it's because you can get these higher carat weights. But then what we've done is we've created this sort of a palette of colour tones that are traditional gemstone colours. That's really impressive. 300 carats in total, and I don't know if you've noticed, but you can see this very defined facet on the centre of the gemstone. There you go. Look at that. Beautiful. So when the light is caught on the surface of these gemstones, it's going to make a big impact. It's going to attract attention to your design. $7.95 is the current price, but we're going to take this down now to a clearance price. Don't forget, all of the price reductions you see here on The Late Show only available for 60 minutes, so you have to react the second you see them, particularly if you see any gemstone going to under £5, £4.78. You can see that my producer is getting these as low as he can to the penny for you. And it's not our intention to devalue gemstones in any way, because of course we are the Genuine Gemstone Company, but we do want to bring you the best value on the market. We want to make genuine gemstones as accessible as possible. I'll just do a quick count, sorry, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18 huge gemstones there. They're 12 by 6 mil in size, £4.78. I mean, if you've already paid £2.95 for a P&P today, you know, there's absolutely nothing to lose there, is there? £4.78. Gorgeous. Okay, at that clearance price, I do have lots of people multi-buying that strand, so could be that that sells out this evening. Moving on, yeah? Beautiful green aventurine, but just have a look at the carvings and the attention to detail on the surface of a gemstone. Out of this world. They're little carved flowers. They're almost like little lotus flowers, if you like. Gorgeous. And of course, the sort of aventurine greens are very, very popular during the summer months, those pastel tones. I don't know if we can see the carvings a little bit in a little bit more detail. If we go a little bit, can you see that? You see the attention to detail there? I think it's that way. But you know what? Maybe you don't want to play on the flower carving. These would look really beautiful in sort of tribal inspired jewellery designs, which is very on trend at the moment. 12 mil rounds, so a very significant look. They're gonna make an impact on your designs, and we're not even staying at $7.95. We are gonna take this down to a clearance price, but only for the last in stock. This is only previously featured as part of our designer bundles. So this is the first opportunity to own this as an individual strand, and we take it to a clearance price of £5.15. Before we even crashed the price, I had people multi-buying the strand. So that goes to show how busy we are this evening and how quick off the mark you have to be, especially during our clearance segments. If you want to maximise on your 1 P&P per day, if you want to really appreciate the amount of time, effort and dedication that goes into carving a genuine gemstone, then this is the strand for you. The price point does not represent the value of what you're getting here, but it does represent the best value on the market. 380 carats for £5.15. 12 mil rounds. Now, the interesting thing about the carat weight here and the significant size is that you've still got a huge number of gemstones on the strand. So I think when you've got a gemstone that has this much detail and is going to provide you with this much character to your designs, we talk a lot about that because, of course, the art of jewellery making is an opportunity for you as a designer, I think, to express your own personality within luxury items. So I suppose, you know, when people print their own t-shirt, really they're just saving themselves a tenner, aren't they? Because a t-shirt, I know you can buy designer t-shirts, very expensive, but you know, if you've got a sort of novelty message printed on a t-shirt, you've saved yourself about a tenner. But when you're creating bespoke jewellery designs, you can be saving yourself 3, even 4-figure sums. And so if you're investing in gemstones of this quality for these kind of prices, I think it represents the best value on the market. And I don't think the price point represents the value of what you're getting here. This is the chance for you to express your own personality in a luxury item that you can wear every single day, but for just £5.15. £5.15 for 380 carats of green Amethyst. I have to leave that one there. My producer wants to cram in one more clearance deal, is it? No, sorry, ran out of time on that segment. It is now star buy time. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Just hearing that Pete's official fan club have extended him an invitation to the Shetland Isles. To Shetland. Let's see it. Why not? Any opportunity we've got to embarrass Pete, let's take it. Okay, so Mandy. It does look a little bit shouty, I have to say, because you've written it in capitals. I won't shout at Pete right now. Hi. I think Pete should come to Shetland and party with me. We're all as mad as him up here, Mandy. I can vouch for that. I've been to that area of the world. Pete, get on your pony and get up to Shetland. Go on. Trot off. North of the border for Pete. Thanks, Mandy. We've been looking for an excuse to get rid of him all night. I'm only joking, by the way. I hope nobody's going to attack me on Facebook because they love. Pete, get back here. So there we go. he's so smooth, isn't he? The casual wave. Hey. Right, okay. We are going to do a double deal here. Just have a look at these. Now, are we 100% certain that this is the right strand of onyx? Okay, right, I've just seen it, yes. Metallic coated black onyx. I have never ever seen this before. Never had the opportunity to bring it to you. It's such an impressive look. When you think that this gemstone is utilised by the likes of Gucci and Cartier, some of the biggest designers on the planet, to bring you a gemstone so well known, so well revered by, you know, the big names in jewellery design, and yet to bring you an alternative variety that I've never seen before. I've been selling jewellery designs for over 6 years, and actually I've just heard that no one has ever seen this strand before. It's a premiere launch, but we've bundled it together with, I think, what can only be described as its perfect partner in crime. Have a look at this. Clear quartz faceted rounds as well. Also 6mm rounds. I mean, it's the perfect accompaniment. Nothing's gonna steal attention from your metallic onyx, in all honesty. It's almost as though it's got a sort of navy blue finish rather than a jet black finish. It's absolutely gorgeous. So the reason there's been a little bit of confusion there is because my producer wasn't even aware that he'd actually snagged a premiere strand. So this should be earmarked for an official launch in our morning show, but my producer's managed to get hold of it. He's bundled it, so you're going to get even better value than you would have on a launch price. Hopefully it's a Sunday night and the management are starting, you know, you remember Sunday nights, well, you lot probably don't, but you know, you got to have a bath, get ready for going back to school, sit down in front of Heartbeat and London's Burning with your cheese on toast. Taking you back to, I'm taking you back to Sunday night, 89. Were you even born in 1989? No.
91.
Only half the people in the room were actually born in 1989. There you go. So they don't know what I'm talking about, but here you go. What I was thinking is the management might not be watching so actively at, 25 to 8 on a Sunday night. And that gives us a unique opportunity to launch a premiere strand of coated black onyx. It has absolutely revolutionised the finish that you get on this particular gemstone, almost to the point where you're getting a sort of navy blue tone there, and accompanied by the perfect accent gemstone clear quartz. In fact, the perfect accent for any design, but it does work particularly well with this gemstone. I can show you that actually in these designs on the recording. When they're just cuddling one another in that recording, they look pretty sexy. Have a look at this in this, what can only be described as evening wear for me. I mean, it's just perfect, isn't it? It's going to go with so many different outfits because it'll work. Because you've got that sort of navy blue hue, it'll work not only with your LBD and the darker colour tones, but actually work with your purples, your pinks, your reds as well. So really, this has made black onyx even more versatile. Didn't think you could make black onyx any more versatile, but I think we just have. Let's have a look at our double deal price point for both. I'm so shocked. I'm fairly convinced that we could have probably launched the coated black onyx on the morning show to the Freeview audience for $8.95 and it would have sold out. That's the way I see it. It's a Gems of Distinction strand. When you see the quality, actually, there you go. So the buying power we now have here at JewelleryMaker is even better than I thought. So actually, the official price point on our website for this strand is $6.95. That means you're getting your clear quartz rounds, 6mm rounds, for £2. Wow, that is seriously impressive value. I mean, I've got all wrapped up in this brand new strand just because I've never seen this finish on onyx before. But actually, have a look at the clear quartz. It's essential, particularly, for the more traditional genres of jewellery making. $8.95 for both those strands. 6mm rounds, of course, in high demand at the moment, aren't they? That's what we hear from our expert designers. People are definitely after their 6mm faceted rounds, not just for the traditional macrame designs, but beady beads and the classic beading looks. Wow, I am really impressed. Once again, £4.50 per strand there. In fact, £4.47 per strand. I would like to call this navy onyx, because of it does have a slightly lighter tone. When you see it in the flesh, most people are ordering it. So I think most people who are coming through right now are going to get the chance to see this. Mona, you've got 2. Anonymous buyer, you've got 2. Julia, you've got 2. Lots and lots of people taking advantage of the value here and multi-buying that. I'm not surprised. That is really, really impressive at just $8.95. Okay, and just one more heads up that this is coming up. I'll just show you, because we've got these little clasps and you also get 3 lengths of your leather cord with the sort of snake print on it. I actually know the price point of this bundle. Okay. And I am telling you, you need to start dialing the second that comes on screen. Okay, now, so we're going to recap the competition up to this point, and then we're going to show you the third one. Oh my word, this show is going really quick tonight, isn't it? I'm having so much fun, that's why. Okay, so we launched a competition at the start of the show. It's a guess the film title competition. So you have to guess the title of the film. There's going to be one each hour. We'll show you what we've shown you so far. So this was the one for 5 p.m. Okay, so the images represent the title of a film. That one's fairly straightforward. Just to get you up and running. Then in the 6 p.m. hour, this was the image. Okay, and I think most people are going to have got that, although as I always say, it's only obvious if you know. And then it's now time to give you the third of the 4 questions, or clues, whatever it is. Okay, so this is the third one. Here it comes. I've got it, and it's brilliant. I just got it. Pete, you got it? Pete's still figuring it out. This one's a little bit more loose, so they're getting more complicated each time. So I like that. That's quite clever. So very good. I must say, Sam put these together for us. So well done, Sam. This is really clever. Okay, I like this one. Love it. Okay, so that's the third one. During the next hour of the show, we'll give you the final one, and we'll also tell you how to enter to win the jewellery designs, of which there's quite a nice little collection there of made-up jewellery designs you can win. There you go, so that's all of the items you're going to win. If you want to win all of those, you need to send us all 4 answers, and then the winner will be selected at random from all of the people who enter 4 correct answers. You need to get all 4 right, or you're not going to be put in the prize draw. We're going to move on though now. We just brought you some Ethiopian opal, and it did have some gorgeous pinfire, that opalescence in it. I was finding it a little bit difficult to show you that. Here, we've got an opaque variety of opal. So this may be more suitable for your feminine designs perhaps. Maybe if you know a gorgeous lady whose birthday falls in October. Actually, my nan's birthday is in October. So there's a gorgeous lady whose birthday's in October. Over 100 carats of pink opal. These are your pear drops. They range in size from 14 by 9 to 20 by 13. Currently available at $11.95. That already, to me, represents pretty incredible value. But we're going to take the price down tonight. And you can see how organic the gemstone is, because just have a look at this one. This one has almost like a rutile quartz finish to it. $7.95. That's a big drop, isn't it? We've come down from $11.95 to $7.95. Very, very recognisable gemstone, but maybe your customer base might not be aware that you get these alternative varieties, these opaque varieties of opal. Gorgeous pink tones here. Can we just span across the strand? Is that okay, Bruce? Because we want to see the variations. Just have a look here. Each and every gemstone, totally individual, totally bespoke. And maybe, I mean, the banding there, the kind of thing that, you know, you would associate with our most popular strand of agate. But that's, of course, been created for you. Whereas this is 100% natural. All of this banding here has been created by Mother Nature herself. Available right now for $7.95, but only for the next 60 minutes. So react now to avoid disappointment. Sorry, I missed that. Right. Oh, do you know what? That's the one I would have picked if I was given a choice. Absolutely gorgeous. A long enough strand here. This is hessonite garnet. So again, we might be looking here at alternative varieties of very well-known gemstones. So most people, when they think of garnet, they think of the traditional red tones, that sort of rich red wine hue. But garnet is quite unique, really, in that it's not a traditional gemstone species. It's more just a type of gemstone. And so you do get these little variations, and so slightly different elements involved in the makeup of the gemstone mean it's still a grossular garnet, but you get the alternative colour tones. And here it's probably ranges from a sort of peachy orange to a cognac or a cinnamon tone. So again, you've got a lot of variation on the strand itself, which gives you lots of creative scope. I'll tell you what, if you got hold of the amber or the beer quartz, start dialing the free phone number right now, because we are going to offer you an exclusive price reduction on this particular strand. We're not messing around. I was going to say it should be $9.95, but there's no way I can bring myself to say that 115 carats of hessonite should be available for under £10. It's currently available for $9.95. My producer's just handed you back the equivalent of your P&P. Just taking a Gems of Distinction strand of garnet to $6.95. Just have a look how many gemstones you've actually got on this 30 centimetre strand. Huge carat weight here, over 100 carats of hessonite garnet, and as I say, ranging everywhere from sort of honey-like tones to your peach and apricot tones, your cognacs, your cinnamons, beautiful amber tones, and everything in between. Absolutely gorgeous, perfect for use as pendants or hanging as charms. Very, very beautiful, polished finish. Again, you could just put one of these onto a piece of cord, and I think that would make quite a gorgeous masculine design, actually. Down to $6.95, again, only available at these prices for 1 hour, so you have to add them to your order right now. You've still got your 30-day money-back guarantee, so once you get it home, you can make an informed decision. $6.95. Now moving on to your trapezoid prisms of sky blue crackled quartz. Oh, sorry, I thought you said 16. We better do it now, because I've just done the big one. Sorry about that, I totally misheard. I said 15, I thought you said 16. When people are thinking, I have no idea why you're just shouting numbers, just to let me explain, down here in the drawer here, I have all of the products for the hour, and they're all numbered in their own individual boxes, and so the producer just tells me what number to do, rather than trying to describe gemstones into a presenter's ear. We're not very switched on at the best of times, so let's just keep it simple to numbers. So, gorgeous sky blue crackled quartz here. And actually, I always think that it's quite impressive that we've got to the point now in jewellery making where we can almost demand included gemstones, because it provides our designs with texture, character, and it's this quench-like effect which is going to feed into your designs. It almost, for me, gives it a sort of icy-like feel to it, but you could probably use those crackled inclusions in a number of different ways in your designs. Love the trapezoid shapes. Again, it almost provides an extra dynamic to the finish on your design. Tell you what these would look good with. Those sort of navy blue onyx, the metallic coated onyx. Look at that for a combination. Like that. Gives it a little lift, almost another dimension to the nautical feel there. $7.95 is your price point this evening for 120 carats of your crackled blue quartz there. Top drilled trapezoids, and they're 12 by 8 mil in size. I'll tell you what, some people might not see instantly when they look at it, but I've seen these used to great effect as petals. It's quite difficult to try and get 5 together on here, but you can see how they would form gorgeous petals, can't you? $7.95, another added to your order price, and now we are going to bring you the lemon quartz. Now, the polished gemstones for me offer you lots and lots of design scope, because they don't necessarily have to be the focal point of a design. However, on this particular strand, the size of the gemstones for me almost dictates to you that they are going to be the focal point of design. You don't just have to have one as a pendant. Again, I'm thinking, because you've got sort of buttercup yellows on some of these, you could use these again as petals, couldn't you? Look gorgeous. Or the wings on a dragonfly design might be quite gem heavy though, because you've got over 150 carats here. Gorgeous polished finish, aren't they? Again, you could try quite minimalistic designs, just one gemstone, and accent it with maybe your copper beads. I'm thinking copper with the lemon tones might look quite nice. Oh, on some of your rose gold chain, if you got hold of the reel of rose gold chain earlier. That's one idea. Of course, you can have your own ideas because, as I say, jewellery making is all about expressing your own personality. That's why this becomes more of an addiction than a hobby for many jewellery makers. Just look at the rich saturation of colour you've got there on the beautiful lemon quartz. You've almost got that sort of glassy finish to it, a vitreous lustre from the gemstone itself. Ranging in size from 12 by 7 to 28 by 8. So that's a very significant size there. And let's have a look at our price point. $8.95. That is seriously impressive. These almost look like liquid. I'm trying to think of a word, like liquid loveliness. Good one. $8.95. They do, don't they? They have a sort of vitreous feel to them. Very, very gorgeous. $8.95. It's all because of the unique way they've been polished. Absolutely gorgeous. Very high-end look on those gemstones. $8.95 for over 150 carats of lemon quartz. We'll leave that one with you. We'll move on. And we're now going to bring you another very comprehensive findings collection. And this is your silver flash copper. So you've got the very sturdy base metal, but you've still got the high-end silver finish. Here you've got a length of chain. Actually, you've got two lengths of chain. One is the larger oval links, 5 by 3 mil, and you get 34 centimetres of length. On the finer chain, which are 1.5 by 1 mil, you've got an 80 centimetre length. That's really impressive. Then you've got your toggle clasps. You've got 4 of those. You've got, wow, you've got loads of lobster claw clasps. You've got 10 lobster claw clasps. You've got 5 pairs of shepherd hooks. You've got your bolt ring clasp. You've got your little spacer beads, but they could double up as crimp bead covers. Sorry, I was just looking a little bit closer there. They do have a little opening on the actual spacer beads, but they could be used as crimp bead covers as well. And you also get your jump rings as well as your lobster claw clasp. So you've got your bolt ring clasp, that's what it is. Sorry, on that picture it's not entirely clear. What you've got is your bolt ring clasp and your jump rings, as well as your little spacer beads or crimp bead covers. My apologies. You get 106 pieces in total, and it's all silver flash copper, available for $7.95. That is seriously impressive, isn't it? Have a look what you could pay for 80 centimetres of chain elsewhere. You've got all of this as one comprehensive findings kit for just $7.95. There's no way you should lower the price on that if that was what you were asking me. I couldn't quite hear what Producer was saying, but the next thing I saw, the price was going down. Okay, we only have a limited number available. It's going to be a sellout deal this evening, we predict, and therefore, just to help the last few out the door, we've taken it down to $5.95. That is a clearance price. We have just matched the lowest ever price for this item. Right. The former sales manager and the current sales manager created this price point. Those boys have got no respect for the value of the products we bring you. That's Scott Stone and Ed Mckay, troublemakers here at Jewellery Maker. Yeah, so basically, Scott was producing me, we decided to give everybody a deal on this, and now Liam doesn't want to be outdone by us, and so he's matched that price point. The lowest ever price, $5.95 for silver flash copper findings, including over 1 metre of chain, because you've got 80 centimetres of the fine chain and 34 centimetres of the larger chain. $5.95. It's flying out the door. It is a last of stock deal, I'm afraid. So if you do want to add this to your order, you need to be dialing that free phone number right now. Looks to me like it could be a sellout, but never take my advice. Always speak to a member of the help team. Take my advice when it comes to gemstone knowledge and the value. But don't take my advice when it comes to how much quantity is left, because I never really know. It fluctuates, you see, on my producer's screen, depending on somebody adding it to their basket and somebody checking out. So it gives him 2 different figures, and so sometimes a bit confusing for us in the studio, but in the help team, they can definitively tell you whether or not we have one. $5.95, I can't imagine it hanging around for too much longer. We've gone global on that deal. People from across the pond taking advantage of the value that we can offer here at Jewellery Maker on silver flash copper. Wow. We are going to move on though, and we're moving on to beautiful green amethyst. These are your polished rondelles. Now, this for a combination. Your faceted rounds with your polished rondelles. Don't forget this coming up as our superstar buy in less than an hour. We'll probably be launching that. Absolutely gorgeous. So, we're going to now bring you the plain rondelles of green amethyst. Could be a perfect combination with our superstar buy. Maybe you're just looking for an accent gemstone. You don't necessarily want a faceted gemstone, but you still want a gemstone that's going to be recognised by your customer base. Green amethyst, it's got it all, hasn't it? It's got those pastel tones from the apple green. Oh, do you know what? I've missed a trick here. This is coming up in half an hour's time. Look at that for a combination. Oh yes, definitely nearly missed that trick there. Am I right in thinking that the centre ones are going to be shell pearl? Oh really? Even the green ones are shell pearl? That's really impressive. They look like they're cultured pearls. That's brilliant from the green pearls. So these are all shell. This is our shell pearl bundle coming up in about 30 minutes time. Just goes so well with the green amethyst. If the middle one was cultured pearls, yeah, because it would be about £300 for the strand, that's why, yeah. Yeah, so, anywho, might be the perfect accompaniment to your green amethyst here. And again, because of the way they've been polished, you're almost bringing out that sort of liquid-like feel, that vitreous finish. I'm just thinking, how about a lemon and lime design for the summer months? Pretty tropical feel from your lemon and lime tones, and you've got that similar finish, that polished finish on both strands. Think it works. $7.95 is your price point for one of the most recognisable gemstones on the market. Amethyst for $7.95. Okay, I'm going to leave it on with you. I'm just going to highlight something, because when we brought you this findings pack previously, we just took it down to $5.95. I believe there is still some stock remaining, amazingly. Approaching single figures apparently. We can put the graphics back on screen just in case you were an hour in and now you think, oh, I should have added that to my order. Somebody did text in a question saying, what is the difference between flash and plating? We do talk about this a little bit, but you know, if you don't know, then or if you're new to jewellery making, then you need that information, of course. Basically, the difference between flash and plating is the micron thickness used of the precious metal to coat the actual metal. So it's just you put a thicker coating when it's plating, slightly thinner coating when it's flash. I have an analogy that describes this. It's not 100% accurate, but it usually sort of gives people an idea. So if you are plating a piece of copper with silver, it's like you've dipped the copper into a pot of silver. If you are applying a flash coating, it's like you've sprayed the silver onto the base metal. So that's not 100% accurate, but it gives you an idea of the difference in the thickness used. Hopefully that answers the question for you. So that's the difference. Well, basically the answer is not much. So there you go, silver flash copper findings for $5.95. Don't forget that clearance price, only available for 60 minutes. And we are going to leave that one there, because we're now going to bring you the snake effect leather cords as a star buy. All right. So I was apologising to my gallery for picking up my mug while I was talking, and they were like, you're about to come back in vision, so put your mug back down. I was like, And now I have to apologise to everybody else for shouting, sorry, just as we're going to a break. Language is my tool. Communication at its finest. So there you go, so my apologies. Right, now when I actually saw this bundle this morning, when I was going through the schedules at home, I actually thought to myself, and I did text my producer to say, why isn't this our superstar buy? I really thought that this was one of the most impressive things that I'd actually seen for a while here on Jewellery Maker. The reason is that there has been a previous opportunity to own these, so this is your second bite of the cherry. Wanted to keep our superstar buy as our most exclusive launch of the night, which is our faceted Green Amethyst rounds. Now, if you haven't seen these, this could still be the most exclusive launch of the night. These are your snake print cords. Now, these are leatherette finish, and then they have the snake print on the surface. Now these are flat cords and they're 10 by 3 mil in size. You actually get a metre of each, and you have got your chocolate brown, you've got your silver, and then you've got your orange. So 3 very, very popular colour tones. I mean, that's what, like a sort of gold there, because you've got little brush strokes of gold on there as well. That's silver, absolutely. And then you've got your orange here. Gorgeous, actually, the orange and the black looks beautiful together. So you've got a metre of each. I was saying earlier, you could potentially use these just as belts, I was thinking. But I imagine jewellery makers out there have got so many designs in mind. In fact, we get a lot of requests for snakes print items. They're very, very popular, aren't they? Particularly in bespoke fashion items. Maybe if you're creating accessories, these would be really, really useful. I don't know whether you could use these in more traditional jewellery making techniques. So can you? Actually, do you know what? If you've got the, you know, the shears for the leather, you can actually cut these into any thickness strips you wanted. You can actually macrame with them or anything. Kumihimo, anything. You have to have a, you know, straight eye. I couldn't do it personally. But that's just because I'm not very good at stuff like that. But I know that crafters out there are so competent with things like that, they just probably pick up the shears and go, you could. Do you think that's a good idea? You could do that, couldn't you? Say again, sorry? You're probably right, actually. Just a ruler and a Stanley knife, a craft knife, if Stanley's a brand name. Sorry. So yeah. So you could potentially create much thinner strips of these as well. Now, that's not all you get, because you've also got your gold-plated metallic glass. I have to say, these are so cool. They actually, do you know what? They almost look like a little belt buckle, don't they? Everything about this is saying belt to me, but actually, it could be used as a belt. This is perfect. So you just put one end in there. Oh yeah, I'm rocking this. I've decided I'm rocking this. End in there, is that alright? Oh yeah, I haven't put any jewellery glue in there, so it's not going to stay on, is it? Well, you've got some jewellery glue. You can add some to your order. It's available on our website. So you've got your orange, you've got a metre of that. You've got your silver, you've got a metre of that. You get 3 of your golden clasps. I didn't actually show these gorgeous clasps. Metallic finish and magnetic attachment. Really? That's a great idea. Imagine if you've got your metal stamping as well. This is what I was getting at when I was thinking of accessories. Dog and cat collars. Oh, Bruce is stealing the bundle and making one when he gets in, he says. So there you go. Yes, absolutely perfect. That is so amazing, because you can just stamp maybe just your phone number or the name of your animal onto the clasp itself. And I would think that would actually release if it got caught on something, so it could actually be quite safe for your little pet as well, because you don't want anything to happen to your little kitty cat. Okay, so between us we've come up with some very good alternative accessory ideas there. Good work, guys. So you get a metre of your chocolate brown, a metre of your orange, metre of your silver, and you get your 3 gold-plated magnetic clasps. They're all the same size. I have dropped one. Do you mind if I just pick it up? There you go. There's the 3 clasps. Perfect. £9.95. If you've missed out previously on the opportunity to own these, then dial that free phone number right now. As ever, we've got people multi-buying this bundle. Not surprised at all. I wonder if you could just... Maybe somebody could text in and let us know whether you can just, you know, cut finer strips off it and we'll cram them. Oh, was it? When was the first time it was launched? Oh, I see. I'm sorry. I thought you said yeah. Actually, even yesterday it wouldn't be there yet, would it? Okay, so these were only launched this morning. I see now. So if you missed out on this morning's show, wow, this could be a question of here today, gone today, because we've got a lot of people multi-buying this. This could sell out today. Wow, I'd hate to miss out on this deal. Okay, so easy to use. You just need a little bit of jewellery glue just to hold it in there. Apply it to the end there. Boop. It fits perfectly into the clasp, you see? And then I was thinking, if you wanted to create a belt design, oh, I've just pulled it out. What a silly boy I am. There you go. So you've actually made a belt. Oh, I'm always ruining everything. That's what I'm doing. Right, it's not going to work because it's got attached to me and my mic pad. But can you see how easy it is to create designs? So yeah, slot straight in there, gold-plated magnetic clasps, which I might just say a brand name and get in trouble for it afterwards. I mean, they are so Gucci. They are just so Gucci. Right, okay, I'm moving on before I get myself in any more trouble. My producer's telling me off. I'm going to go to a break. That's what I'm going to do, and then get my telling off right then and there. Don't forget, when we come back, we will have to show you the last clue of our quiz because it's nearly time to start sending in your answers. So don't go away. The final part of the quiz coming up in 2 minutes' time.
It was here almost 650 years ago in Amir, where King Jai Singh first laid the foundations that was to become one of the world's most famous walled cities, Jaipur. The city of Jaipur, commonly known as the Pink City, is now taking centre stage for gemstone cutting and trading. It's here in the bursting heart of the walled city that our gems of distinction strands are cut, faceted and polished. So, how do you get a pile of tourmaline that looks like this into a gorgeous strand that looks like this? So when you've got a pile of tourmaline like this, it's going to be made into gemstone beads. First of all, each one of these gemstones need to be inspected. A line is then drawn down the middle of the gemstone or wherever the gem is going to be faceted, and it's then taken behind us and then faceted into these rough gem shapes. Once each gemstone has been cut into the amount of pieces it needs to be, it's then time to shape the gemstones. These gentlemen are working on anything from a round to a pear shape, pretty much any cut imaginable. The next process is polishing and faceting, and this takes a huge amount of skill. It can take years for a lapidurist to be able to facet like this, and each one of the gemstones can take up to 10 minutes to cut. A really lengthy but incredible process. The next stage of the process is really interesting. This is where each one of the gemstones is drilled, and what Sanjay's doing here is putting a drill through faceted beads of black tourmaline. The next stage after drilling is then to get the gemstones sorted into their appropriate colours and sizes. This can be a really, really lengthy process. Once the gemstones are sorted into different colours and sizes, they're then arranged into these strands and made into strands like this. Now, each one of these gemstones could have gone through a 30 to 40 minute process to arrive on a strand like this. It's really quite incredible. If there's one thing that my time in India has taught me, it's the hours of dedicated time that goes into making each one of the gemstones we sell on Jewellery Maker.
Come and join guest designer Louise Jacobson on our Wirework Rings course. Louise will guide you through how to design a combination of ring styles and shapes. You will learn a variety of techniques, including how to use a ring mandrel, how to design bands and shanks, and how to attach gemstones. The full course includes a selection of colours and gauges of wire, a generous scoop of mixed gemstones, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, and a visit to our museum. All of this for $69.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Join guest designer and polymer clay expert Debbie Bulford for our Extruder DVD. Debbie will guide you through a variety of techniques, including how to create geometric patterns, the soutache and lace look, and much more. To get your hands on a copy, simply contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Just wanted to highlight the deal we just did one more time, just in case anybody, you know, might not have been tuned in this morning, might not have quite realised the value we were offering you here on the Late Show. Have a look at this. This morning they brought you the first ever opportunity to own these snakeskin leatherette cords. They're the flat cords, 10 by 3 mil, a metre of each. And also the gold plated clasp, and you can see how well the cords just slot into those magnetic finish. Absolutely gorgeous. This morning they brought you a bundle that featured 4 cords and 4 clasps for $14.95. Oh, same number of clasps, 4 cords. We brought you 3 cords and 3 clasps for $9.95. So slightly different bundle, but even better value. So, yeah, so they brought you 4. So the clasps were the same. They had 3 clasps, we had 3 clasps. They brought you 4 cords for £15. That's, what are we talking about? £4, just under £4 per cord if you take the clasps out of it, because we've got the same clasps. 3 at $9.95 is $3.32 per cord. Slightly better value, I guess. But lower quantity, you don't get quite as many, but lower price point. So maybe if you're thinking about sampling it, this is the sample bundle, I would say, and the other one's the wholesale bundle. Does that sound fair? There you go. So 3 cords, 3 clasps, $9.95. Seriously, seriously impressive. Trying to work out the value. See what I say? The value we offer you on Jewellery Maker is so competitive now that all we can do is compete with our other shows and our own website. And coming in just about half an hour's time, we're going to bring you our Superstar Buy premiere launch of faceted rounds of Green Amethyst. One of the most recognisable gemstones on the planet, but in the more subtle pastel tone, the apple green if you like, and that is coming up at around about 8:45, 8:50 this evening. And the perfect accompaniment actually alongside it is our shell pearl bundle. Perfect rounds from the shell pearl, of course. And this is coming up in just 15 minutes time, so not long to wait at all. Now, round about the time we do our next star buy, we'll also give you the opportunity to text in your answers to our quiz, because we've been running a quiz throughout the show tonight. You can win a suite of jewellery all put together by our expert designers, a real selection of jewellery there, tiaras, pendants. What else we got? Macrame bracelet. So that's the prize, you can see right there. And if you want to enter, we're actually going to recap all of the clues that we've given you so far and set the final one. I'll tell you when to text, so don't text in just yet, but hopefully you've got all 3 answers and you're just waiting for the final clue. Let's review all of the questions so far. So the first one we set at 5 p.m. was this particular set of images, and they all represent the name of a film. So we're looking for the film title. The first one, fairly straightforward, the first one. Then in the 6 p.m. hour, we launched this question. Again, the 3 images represent a film title, and that's question 2. Hopefully you've got that one. In the 7 p.m. hour, we set this one. A little bit more complicated now, but I'm sure there are people who generally use, what is it? The right side of their brain, and probably got it like that. Other people might have taken a little bit of thought, but yep, that was the 3rd one. And now here is the final question. Don't forget, you need all 4 correct to be in with a chance of winning the prize tonight. And the final one is this one. Have you got that one, Pete? Look at Pete celebrate. I actually saw the light bulb go off there as Pete went. He's got no, you've got all 4. Look at how much he's celebrating. Now, if you at home have got all 4, keep them written down. We will show you how to enter. I think on the site it said from 8:25. So in 10 minutes time, I will tell you when to enter and how to enter, okay? So you need to keep all 4 questions safe. Here we go. Bezel set Labradorite here, set into sterling silver bezels. Huge amount of labradorescence on each and every gemstone. To me, each and every gemstone is a pendant. You see the labradorescence? There's it coming through on screen. I'm going to isolate a gemstone so you can see the quality of the labradorescence here. Look at that. Checkerboard faceting, which actually enhances the labradorescence in a way. Look at that. Actually, do you know what? This is quite unique because traditionally we see a lot of the blue tones, don't we? But these are the golds and the greens that are coming through on this particular Labradorite. All set into sterling silver. 60 carats of Labradorite here across 7 gemstones. So what are we talking about? 7 or 8 carats on each and every gemstone? Amazing. Gorgeous amount of labradorescence. Very, very popular gemstone. Tends to be very profitable gemstone for a lot of jewellery makers out there. And at $24.95, because it's set into sterling silver, because it's bezel set, it will absolutely allow you to not only just justify your price points, but actually I would imagine your customers will expect to pay a premium for a gemstone faceted like that, set into sterling silver. I'm going to keep moving on. And again, I saw this strand this morning when I was looking at the schedule, and I was fairly convinced it's going to be a sellout. I've managed to pull the tassel off, as you'd expect. So regular. I've even pulled the crimp off now, so we're going to lose some gemstones here. The floor manager will sort that out, don't worry. Here we go. We only have a limited number, so I shouldn't be destroying the samples we have. 15 carats of blue sapphire, gorgeous emerald, red rubies, canary sapphire. Look at these cheeky little Padaparacha coloured sapphires. They're not Padaparacha sapphires, but I know you want to move on, Pete, but I want to see these little cheeky ones here. Padaparacha colour, not from the location, but the exact same colour tone, leading back into, well, the traditional sapphire blues and then your midnight blues. Love the variation on the emerald. Almost like you've got Colombian emerald ranging into Zambian emerald there. And then your rich red rubies. I mean, 3 of the big 4 on one strand. I have destroyed this strand by pulling that little crimp off. I'm so sorry. We will sort it out though. Tell you what I'm going to do. Say again, sorry? Yeah. Yeah, 3 of the big 4. No. Right, okay. I'm going to put this back in the bag for you, Pete, so we don't lose any gemstones, okay? $19.95. That is ridiculous. That is ridiculous. Just over £1 a carat for ruby, emerald, and sapphire, and you've got 3 different colour tones of sapphire there. Your midnight blues, your canary sapphires, and those Panaparacha coloured sapphires for $19.95. Wow. Okay, lots of people flying in for that, by the way. I will tell you, I only had 14 strands available. Now I'm down to single figures of availability on that previous strand. Say again, sorry? Oh dear. Right, yeah. More like 13 since I just ruined one, yeah. 80 carats of emerald here, so another of the big 4. This time, more of the naturalistic finish to the gemstone, but huge carat weights here, 80 carats in total. These are, again, your polished rondelles, which feed into so many different designs. They range in size from 5x3 to 9x4, and the price point is $14.95 for 80 carats of emerald. Again, I would say these would work in masculine designs. Maybe a macrame bracelet. Absolutely beautiful, and it gives you the opportunity to offer your customers the chance to own emerald, one of the big 4, a gemstone that has such a historic legacy. You know, mined for over 4,000 years, this particular gemstone. And of course, a gemstone that, as we know, tends to rise in price annually. So year on year, the price per carat on emerald tends to rise. 80 carats right now for $14.95. Got to keep moving. We've got a lot of deals to get through. Oh, and here's some emerald. You've got a huge amount of emerald here. These are faceted and much more sort of delicate sizes, really. I love this strand of gemstones, you know. 40 carats in total. The rondelles range in size from 2x1 to 4x3. That's ridiculous. Under £10 for 40 carats of emerald, but it's been faceted, and you've got that variation of the colour tone, so you've got lots of creative scope here. However, as we know from getting a bit of feedback from our audience, lots of people investing in the Gems of Distinction strands with no intention of creating jewellery designs. This particular range has helped people to create a gemstone collection. I'm not surprised. If you can add emerald to your collection for under £10, I mean, that's just totally ridiculous. $9.95. Just have a look at this. It's a 30 centimetre strand. Have a look at the variation of colours. So we probably associate some of these sort of dark forest greens with Brazilian emerald. As you move down the strand, then you've got more of these sort of Zambian emerald colour tones. And then every now and then you've got these gorgeous pastel tones which are reminiscent of Colombian emerald as well. $9.95 for 40 carats of emerald. As I say, probably one of the most historic gemstones on the planet. Think of a gemstone that's been mined for longer. 4,000 years, certainly a long, long time. And it's not as though they were mining emerald for any other reason. It's always been revered as a precious gemstone for 4,000 years. And now, because of the buying power we have at Jewellery Maker, you can own emerald for under £10. 40 carats for $9.95. When we think about selling our jewellery designs, I suppose when you first start selling, you are going to be probably entering into those more traditional venues like your craft fairs, maybe at a village hall, for example. And yes, there's going to be people around you that use genuine gemstones. I suppose there might just be people using synthetics. Already you've got an edge on those people, but if there are people that are using genuine gemstones but they don't know about Jewellery Maker, they're going to be reliant on the jaspers and the agates of this world, whereas you can say, I've got one of the big four. In fact, if you've got that previous strand, you've also got rubies and sapphires as well. Really, really impressive. So that's what's going to set you apart from other jewellery makers. $9.95 for 40 carats of emerald. We've got to leave that one, I'm afraid. We've got to move on. Oh, before I do, sorry. How could we forget that we've got this coming up in about 5 minutes' time? Oh, look at that for a combination. For me, that works. The greens, you've got the sort of fern greens here against the forest greens of the emerald. Love that. That would look gorgeous. That's the way to elevate your shell pearl, isn't it? Set it with emerald. Gorgeous. Okay, move on then. We're going to bring you this month's birthstone. Beautiful peach moonstone. 90 carats in total on this strand. I think for me, it's all about the cut on this particular strand. Yes, you've got that little schiller that you'd associate with moonstone. Yeah, oh wow, it's coming across in abundance on this, and it's because of the cut. You've got these very open faces to the gemstone because of these irregular squares that we're offering you, and I think the squares actually will give you a little bit of creative direction, shall we say, because they're very dynamic, aren't they? Very on trend, this kind of cut, and they'll just add an extra dimension to your jewellery design. On top of that, have a look at the colour tone, rich peach and apricot tones. Very, very feminine. Absolutely gorgeous. And of course, June's birthstone. So anybody whose birthday falls in this month will be over the moon if you create a gorgeous piece of jewellery that features this gemstone. $8.95 is the price point here, and the squares themselves range in size from 5x2 to 8x3. So quite a subtle variation, really. Sounds sizable when I say it, but actually, if you think we're only talking about 2 or 3 millimeters difference in the size, and actually that graduation again could feed into the look that you actually achieve with the gemstone strand. Funnily enough, I was at my my birthday meal on Friday with my family, and I said my mum was wearing a necklace that I made for her out of rainbow moonstone, and I was telling her the story of moonstone and how historic moonstone is, and the fact that it's been set into jewellery design since 100 AD, revered for that whole length of time, and the fact that it's the schiller that really has given it its name, because of course the Romans who were setting this into jewellery believed that these were shards of moonlight placed there by the lunar gods. So it's a very almost romantic narrative that's attached to this gemstone, isn't it? And for under £10 for 90 carats, I mean, it's just out of this world. That's what we do here at Jewellery Maker. We offer you the best value on the market. We provide you with the most accessible deals on genuine gemstones. Peach moonstone for $8.95. Now moving on to gorgeous purple amethyst. So we started the show with this gemstone, didn't we? The sort of irregular nuggets. Now we've got the polished top drilled drops. $7.95, and add it to your order price for a must-have gemstone, as we've discussed a great deal with our guest designers recently. And just have a look at this. Look at that there, that clearance you've got where the drill hole's taking place. You've got probably, well, 2, 3, even 4 millimeters of gemstone to play with there. I'll tell you what, that, because you've got that drill hole so far down, that would make a gorgeous macrame ring. You know, the ones where they sit proud? And of course, everybody wants to own an amethyst ring because amethyst is so well known. Absolutely gorgeous. You've got that regal purple tone there. 70 carats, again, because of the way it's been polished, you've got that sort of vitreous quality, that liquid-like feel to the gemstone. The droplets themselves range in size from 7x5 to 13x6, so some of these absolutely large enough to be used as pendants. Others may be more suitable for your matching earrings or maybe as an accent gemstone. And of course the top drill drops, as ever, Very, very useful as petals and butterfly or dragon wings, which are very, very popular motifs within bespoke jewellery design. So £7.95 for your amethyst. Unbelievable price point. I'm going to leave that there. It is now 8:25, so should we give everybody the opportunity now to text in their answer to the competition question? We're going to show you the final clue one more time. So just in case we rush past that one a little bit quickly when we were doing our review, that is the final clue of the night. You need all 4 answers to enter the prize draw. So you need to have all 4 correct answers, and here is how to enter. Start your text now. You can send your answers with your name and your customer number. We need your customer number to JewelleryMaker.com, and that's just via the message box on our website, or you can text us. Just make sure you start your text with the phrase JM Studio. So JM Studio, then all 4 answers, then your name and your customer number to 60777. This is the suite of jewellery you could potentially win. There you go, everything you're going to win. And from all the correct answers, we will select our winner at random. So I'm really excited to see who wins all that, actually, because it's probably one of the most impressive prizes we've actually put together. So best of luck, everybody. Start texting now, and we're going to announce the winner about 1:45 before we start our superstar buy. Is that correct? Okay, there you go then. And am I right in saying it's star buy time, isn't it? Okay, let's go then. Star buy time. This is our shell pearl bundle. So we've doubled up on our sort of fern green pearls, which are 6mm, and then we've got these huge 12mm classic white shell pearls. This is the beauty of working with your shell pearl. Because it's reconstituted nacre, we can form the perfect rounds. I mean, if you were to try and buy cultured pearls that were this size and this perfect, you would definitely be looking at a 3-figure sum. I'm confident in saying that. If you can find perfect pearls of that size for less than that, buy lots of them. Become a pearl supplier. Have a look at the way these colour tones work together. The whites and the greens, just gorgeous, aren't they? Really popular colour combination, particularly in the summer months, I always think. Classic luxury, white and green shell pearls. Tell you what I'm thinking. That's a bit of a Christmas Day piece. Start stocking up on your shell pearl now for your Christmas looks. Okay, there's lots and lots of people already flying through at JewelleryMaker.com to add this to their basket. I assume it's because of those huge 12mm classic rounds. People have probably been looking for a feature shell pearl like that. I mean, what I would do is set that in the centre of a design and then use some of our cultured pearls around it to create the organic feel, and you've still got that feature pearl that is that perfect round. Classic luxury here. You've got 2 strands of your green pearls. These are both 6mm in size. These are 12mm. And here comes your star buy price this evening. Wow. $9.95. And these are going to work with so many different gemstones, aren't they? Of course, you've got the greens, which is Mother Nature's birth tone. Mother Nature's base tone. What is wrong with me? It's not Mother Nature's birthstone. Definitely not. 2 days off. But I was just thinking, the superstar buy is coming up in what, 15 minutes? Look at how well the green amethyst, you need a little bit of light coming through the green amethyst. That works perfectly with the green shell pearl, doesn't it? Looks gorgeous. If you want to add this to your order, you need to be done it. As usual, we've got people multi-buying this strand, so look at this, absolutely flying out the door at $9.95. I'm not surprised. This is the perfect way to stock up on your shell pearl. And of course, your shell pearl can be used to great effect in your bridal commissions, because the combination of your shell pearl and your cultured pearl always enhances the overall look, I think. This is incredible. I'm just realising that sometimes when I look at a bundle, I see the value because I understand the sort of inherent value of gemstones. Of course, this is shell pearl, so it's not necessarily a natural mirror, it is reconstituted. So from a gemological point of view, you think, you know, where is the real value held? When you see this many jewellery makers flying in on the phone lines, you understand that this has value to a crafter. To somebody who does create beautiful jewellery designs, this holds a lot of value, and that's why I've got so many people multi-buying this particular bundle. Flying through, $9.95. I think these are probably a big draw, and actually, this is really impressive because you do have ever so slight little imperfections on the surface, which do feed into your overall design. They actually almost look like they could be cultured pearls. I don't suppose anybody will mistake these 12mm ones for cultured pearls, but I certainly thought at first that these were almost cultured pearls. Got lots and lots of people multi-buying. In fact, Patricia, just down the road, you've taken 3 of these. I'm not surprised, and I imagine the combination isn't going too badly. I'll tell you what, if you did get hold of some amethyst this evening, how about this for your Wimbledon design? Yeah? If you're heading down to Wimbledon for... when is the final? Probably about 10 days away. Maybe you're heading down, maybe you've got tickets. Centre Court. Oh, sorry, did I miss something? What's new? Oh, Director Bruce said, if you have invested in both the shell pearl and the amethyst, advantage you. $9.95 is the star buy price point for these 3 strands of shell pearl. Your fern green shell pearl in 6mm rounds and your classic white shell pearl in your 12mm rounds. Sorry? 6th of July. So that's about 10 days away, like I said. Oh, is it just a week now? What date is it? Oh, yeah. What is wrong with me? I promise you, I didn't party that hard for my birthday. Took my kids for a meal. Was that it? $9.95. Shall I tell everybody what I did get for my birthday? Because, I'll tell you, I'm going to put the video, you get a video of it. Okay? Because it's a little bit of one of those like red letter days I received. And you get a video of it. I'm going to put it on my presenter Facebook page. I got a parachute jump. So I'm going to be jumping out of a plane with somebody. I'm going to be attached to somebody. They're not just going to be like, yeah, have a go, mate. It's not Jewellery Maker. But they're like, yeah, you know, get a bit of wire, have an experiment. Want to fly the plane up there? Knock yourself out. Nothing like that. They're going to, you know, go through all this health and safety stuff. They're going to strap me to a qualified instructor and jump out of a plane. Would you do that, Pete?
No.
Definitely not.
No.
Oh, you're scared of heights. Yeah. I can tell when somebody's scared of heights when their eyes go like that and they're like, no. No, I wouldn't. So should we all chip in and get Pete one now? He's run away. He's definitely got vertigo, hasn't he? How about you, producer Liam? Would you like to, is that something on your bucket list? Yeah, you like that? Yeah, be on your bucket list. Bruce, you jump out of a plane? No. He's as adamant as Pete. Not happening. Okay. Interesting. What about Sam? Sam's just entered the room. She's already booked in. She's already doing one. She beat me to it. Very good. Okay, that was our star buy. Thank you very much for getting involved. Do you know what? We are going to have to start doing this much more regularly. This was put together by Rosanna, wasn't it? Is that right? Okay, so these, all of the designs that are put together by our beading buddies and our guest designers are all uploaded to the Jewellery Maker Facebook page each day, but I think... This will be uploaded, but do you know what we should start doing on our late shows? We'll put them on Ed Presenter Facebook page as well, just in case you're not. But if you aren't, you know, one of the community on the Jewellery Maker Facebook page, then get over there. There's over 30,000 people sharing hints, tips, designs, and just having a bit of a natter as well on Facebook. So yeah, get over to Jewellery Maker. You can see all of the designs each day. These are gorgeous, aren't they? I really like that combination. So anyway, don't forget, if you are planning on getting involved with our Superstar Buy this evening, it's coming up in about 10 minutes time. Just after we announce the winner of our competition, we will give you the chance to own this strand of faceted green amethyst. Very slight graduation on that strand. It is gorgeous. And of course, we'll give you an exclusive launch. It's coming up in 10 minutes. We're going to try and fit in a few more deals before that, though. Yep. Ooh, very, very feminine here. Beautiful rose quartz. The gemstone of true love. And I would say probably the most feminine of all the gemstones that we bring you on a regular basis here at Jewellery Maker. Strong pastel tone, and it's actually given that colour saturation by the silk-like inclusions that you find in the centre of the gemstone. Actually, that's quite interesting here, because where you've got heavier inclusions, you've almost got sort of a frosted finish. Where you've got slightly more clarity, you've got a more subtle colour tone as well, so that's really gorgeous. The drops themselves are a little bit broader than the elongated ones. These range in size from 9x8 to 12x11 in size. And it does come from our Gems of Distinction range. We were talking last week when Mark was on the show, and how, you know, from a traditional jewellery background, I would always consider rose quartz as sort of like a substitute to morganite and kunzite. But actually, within the world of jewellery making, the craft world, people who are interested in bespoke jewellery designs, some of them might never have heard of morganite or kunzite, and rose quartz is actually much better known. £8.95, under £10 for a Gems of Distinction strand of rose quartz. Of course, there's lots of people out there who, like I, like to work with the feminine colour tones. Sometimes jewellery does need to be a bit more girly, doesn't it? Because that's just how it is. It's just need a bit of a more feminine look. And I'm thinking, because of the pastel pinks you've got here, how about combining it with the greens and the whites? Oh yes, looks good. Love that, like that. That works. Of course, the pastel tones, very, very popular in the summer months, of course. Maybe you can be a bit more vibrant with your attire and a little bit more reserved with your jewellery sometimes in the summer as opposed to winter. £8.95, it's another added to your order price. We're going to move on though. Got a lot to get through. We're now going to bring you Mark Smith's current favourite gemstone. Told us last week that basically Aquamarine had infiltrated his top 5 and made it all the way to the top, and it's because of the quality of the Aquamarine that we can source here at Jewellery Maker at the moment. These beautiful and consistent sky blues that run through the entire strand. I mean, that is the colour tone you associate with March's birthstone, isn't it? When you think of Aquamarine, you think of these icy blues. And that is what you've got on each and every gemstone here. And not only that, but a very, very popular cut. A very unique cut in many ways, not something you probably see on a piece of high street jewellery. I always describe it as sort of a hybrid between a rondelle and a bicone, and Mark did agree with me actually about that when I put it to him last week, because you've got those, you know, outer faceted edges which will provide you with a bit of sparkle, but because of the way that they're cut and the actual shape, you can use these almost like a round to create a very dynamic look. They almost interlock. And we've just taken a Gems of Distinction strand of Aquamarine, some of the finest quality Aquamarine we've ever been able to source here at Jewellery Maker, down to a clearance price of £7.95. Is there a Mark staff on the phone lines? That's what we want to know. Down from £11.95 to £7.95. Seriously impressive. And of course, once again, your opportunity to invest in a birthstone. So this is March's birthstone. And of course, if you know anybody whose birthday falls in that month, they're going to have that association with gorgeous aquamarine. Just look at that. Can you see the way when I tilt it back? These sort of almost extra facets, if you like, on the outer edge of it are just sparkling away, aren't they? And it's another gemstone that can go a number of different directions. You could set this with, say, darker gemstones to create a very intense design and use this as the gemstone that tone it down. Or of course you can set this with lots of blue tones and create a nautical effect. You can use it with pastel tones and keep your designs very subtle. Lots of design opportunities with this particular strand. And of course you're working with one of the most popular and well-known gemstones on the market, gorgeous aquamarine, for $7.95. Unbelievable, especially when you consider the amount of work that would have gone into cutting and faceting each and every gemstone here. $7.95 is a clearance price. It's only available for the next 60 minutes, at which point it will return to the original price of $11.95. So if I were you, add that to your order right now. And we now have, wow, plain rounds of citrine. We hear a lot about people looking for rounds at the moment. We got them. Rich, honey-like tones from your citrine. Again, this is the colour tone that people associate with this gemstone. This is what people are looking for when they're investing in November's birthstone, gorgeous citrine. Very subtle variation in the sizes here. They range from 6 to 8 mil, very similar to the Green Amethyst, in fact, that we're bringing you as our superstar by. Look at that. How about that for a lemon and lime design? That looks gorgeous. I know that lots of people like to work with the rounds, of course. I think most people just become accustomed to working with rounds when they first start because they're easier to work with, and so it almost becomes a bit of a sort of go-to cut, if you like, for jewellery makers. How about alternating them on a macrame design? Green and yellow cord, the lemon and lime macrame bracelet. You've got your faceted and you've got your plain rounds there. Love it. That's coming up, probably our next auction, actually. Not auction, sorry. Opportunity. $7.95. 6 to 8 mil is the very slight graduation. It is graduated on the strand, though, I have to say. $7.95 for 95 carats of citrine. We are getting busier and busier as the night goes on. We are, of course, approaching the end of the show now, so this could be one of your final opportunities to maximise on your 1p&p per day. 95 carats of citrine for $7.95. I mean, almost a no-brainer, really, because of almost the sort of buttercup yellows you've got there. Very solid colour saturation. Okay, so we're going to leave that one with you, and we are going to move on. I think we're going to try and fit in one more before our superstar buy. We also have to announce the winner of our competition. Don't forget, you can enter via our text number or via the message box on JewelleryMaker.com. So I think a few people have messaged in to say what's the text number. You can enter via the message box on JewelleryMaker.com, free of charge. So there you go. So make sure you got all 4 answers, your name and customer number, and you will be entered into the prize draw. You need to be doing it in the next 2 minutes though, right? Otherwise you're going to miss out. Okay, it's got to be right now. We did say we go till 1:45. We'll go till we start the star buy, and my producer will make the random choice while we're doing the superstar buy. So we'll announce the winner as the final thing of the show then, okay? Okay, one more then. I knew you'd go for that, you know, Liam. Oh, look at these. Are they? Oh, they are called apples. Good job I looked up before I patted myself on the back for saying, oh, these look like little apples. That's what they're supposed to look like. 190 carats here of smoky quartz, one of our most popular varieties of quartz, actually. And you have got the chocolate brown tones here, but such a high level of clarity that it's quite a subtle saturation of colour there. Pretty gorgeous. And of course, as Laura Binding always says, brown mascara in the day and black mascara at night. So if you do want to maybe tone down some of your more dramatic designs, smoky quartz might be a good substitute for some of the jet black gemstones. These are 8x7mm. I hope, I'm just going to have to just so you can see the apple-like shape, because I imagine these will feed into your designs. If you want to, oh, how about this for an idea? I've just thought of something, and I haven't heard this mentioned on JewelleryMaker, or maybe I've missed people mentioning it. Can't believe I've mentioned this at 10 to 9. Oh, as we drop the price down to $6.95. How about this? A little bit tongue-in-cheek, I suppose, but maybe you need to create a piece of jewellery in the coming weeks for a teacher, because you know they're going to get all the talcum powder and the plants and the flowers, aren't they? If you're creating a piece of jewellery for your child's teacher as they move from one year on to the next, and don't want to be a teacher's pet, but little apples in the design, do you think the teacher will get the little nod? Sure they will, because teachers are very clever, aren't they? That's a good idea, isn't it? And actually, do you know what you could do? 2 yellow gold plated sterling silver shepherd hooks, 2 gemstones, pair of earrings. You make that for a teacher. Still going to be the best thing they get. Yeah, just a pair of earrings, and you've only used 2 of your apple-shaped gemstones. $6.95. Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. We've got to do Superstar Buy and then announce the winner of our competition. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Stop texting. Stop texting, stop messaging. Every single person who has already texted has now been entered into the prize draw. If you're texting now, you're not re-entered, I'm sorry. We did say until 1:45, it is now 10 to, so we gave you an extra 5 minutes. Stop texting for the competition. We're going to announce the winner immediately after we have launched our Superstar Buy, and the graphics are already on screen. So start dialing that free phone number right now if you want to add probably the most recognisable gemstone, I would say, available on the bespoke jewellery market. Gorgeous amethyst. Of course, you've got the alternative variety here. Love the idea of setting the green amethyst with the purple amethyst, particularly for, well, anybody whose birthday falls into February, or as a gorgeous Valentine's gift perhaps. And you can see how well they work together. Look at this. Actually, as I said earlier, maybe this time next week you're heading down to Wimbledon to watch the final. Want to put together a very special piece of jewellery for that event? How about this? And you can see here from this design that we've actually relied on the graduation. If you look closer, just that slight variation, moving from the 7mm into the 9mm, and then I love the combination of the green amethyst and the purple amethyst together. Beautiful. Works very, very well with silver tones because you've got those subtle hues, the apple greens there. Oh, and this is really impressive, Sam. I love this design. We know how popular the floral motifs are. You've actually stole my idea, haven't you? But you've actually created it. Did you hear me saying this? She did ask me not to touch it. You didn't hear my suggestion of saying use the green amethyst as the stamen and the purple marquise cuts as the petals? No, that just means that great minds, Sam. Don't worry if you didn't hear me. Oh, your mum texted you what you should make? Yeah. There you go. This is a real team effort. I told you we're a family-run business. We don't mean Sam's family. Yeah, we're all one big happy family here at the Genuine Gemstone Company. What, sorry? Okay, 90 carats of green amethyst. I have to let you know that this is proving to be very, very popular. Could be because of the, I suppose, awareness of amethyst. Could be because of the subtle apple green colour hue. Could be because of the very exact nature of the faceting on the gemstone. There are currently no faceted rounds available of Green Amethyst on our website. This is the one, this is the only, and we, this evening, are going to give you an exclusive premiere launch price. I hope you've already got involved at $14.95, because that is not the price you're going to pay tonight. For the next 60 minutes, you can take advantage of an exclusive premiere launch price down from $14.95 to $11.95. So effectively handing you back your P&P to make it a risk-free shopping experience. So you can get it home, see it in the flesh, appreciate the quality of the gemstone and of the faceting before you make an informed decision on this particular strand. Can't guarantee we're ever going to be able to take it back to that price. In fact, the way people are flying in, it could be a sellout strand this evening. People buying 2s and 3s of this particular strand. $11.95. We only have a limited number, as with all of our launches here on the Late Show. But you know, we've got treble figures. Is that right? Yeah, we've got just over 100 of these available. So I have to say, you still need to dial with some haste, because they are being allocated to baskets very, very quickly. We know how popular amethyst is, not just with jewellery makers, but of course the traditional customer base for bespoke jewellery designers. People are aware of green amethyst. People know that this is utilised by the high street designers as well as some of the top end designers, and therefore the desirability of the gemstone increases, isn't it? People want to own amethyst because they're aware of it. And the quality of the faceting on this particular strand is just out of this world. Sam, you actually put this set of jewellery together for us, didn't you? What do you think about the gemstone? Are you excited when you got the chance to work with it?
Can I be absolutely honest?
You can always be honest. Come round here.
No, we haven't got this to leave, please.
What? Yes, tell me.
Happened. Basically, when I first was given this,
yeah, you have to come closer to me, I'm afraid.
I don't know. I didn't really take to it immediately.
Okay.
But
yeah,
because I don't really like green amethyst.
Okay, so you're not into green amethyst traditionally.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden when I was given this, I really, really like it. I mean, I'm someone, and I know lots of people are going to hate me for this, but I don't like Labradorite. And then I was given a good...
You're making friends tonight, Sam. You don't like amethyst, you don't like Labradorite.
But this one I actually genuinely really do
so this one's won you over.
Yeah, because of the what's it called? Faceting?
Faceting?
Faceting, thank you.
Yes.
It's just so sparkly no matter how you do it, and it just reminds me of Druzy, so
I
now I
have to
love
say,
it.
you are a little bit of a magpie, aren't you, Sam?
I am.
So the plain green amethyst wouldn't really be up your street, but now that you've seen the faceted variety and it's sparkly,
yeah,
you've fallen in love with green amethyst.
Yes.
Not bad.
Nothing.
Well, you've got to share it with me. My producer keeps saying, I think Sam learnt a lesson working with this gemstone. What was it?
Ironically, I'm at Jewellery Maker, but I didn't have any ring mandrels, but I really wanted to make a ring.
Right.
And I decided to make it on my finger, and now it's stuck.
Let's see your ring design, Sam. It's gorgeous. I'm glad you've fallen in love with green amethyst, Sam, because I'm not going to say it, but it looks like that's staying put. Put it that way.
I genuinely can't get the pliers through.
Unbelievable. Chop it off. Right, okay, we're going to have to call it a day on that one. Thank you, Sam, for putting together the suite of jewellery.
No
And
problem.
yes, that is very, very impressive. And of course, Sam's mum actually inspired some of her designs, and she's not very well at the moment. She's a little bit under the weather. So get well soon, Sam's mum, from me and everybody at Jewellery Maker. Yes, a lovely lady. She gave me a lift home before as well, so she is very, very nice. So hopefully you'll have your child home safe and sound with all 10 fingers. But we can't guarantee it right now. Okay, thank you very much, and lots of people getting involved with that. As I say, now that we've taken the equivalent of the P&P off the price, that really gives you the opportunity to get it home, see it in the flesh before you make your decision. And when you see the quality of the faceting and the saturation of the colour, you'll understand why that falls into our Gems of Distinction range. Absolutely out of this world, and an exclusive launch price. Now, at the start of the show, we launched a competition. 4 film titles represented using a range of images. let's rattle through them because we don't want to run out of time. We set this one at 5 p.m. Oh no, we're just going to give you all the answers. Okay, the first one was Dragon Heart. It was a picture of a dragon and a heart. The second one was Wolf of Wall Street, a little bit harder. Die Hard, because it was a tie-dye t-shirt and a hard drive, but minus the drive. And then Top Gun, a spinning top, minus spinning is just Top Gun. So Top Gun. So well done, Sam came up with all them as well. And we've got a winner. Before we show the winner, should we show everybody what they're going to win? Shall I jump onto that desk? Can anybody swing the camera around for me? Okay, let's announce the winner then. I'm going to jump over actually because everybody's on cameras now. Have a look at this. This is the suite of jewellery. Each piece has been put together by an expert designer or one of our beading buddies. So this was a set from our opening bundle tonight. We've got one of the tiaras here. We've got a macrame bracelet. This was Hannah Osborne's creation yesterday evening. And then this was very talked about. I believe it featured on a Designer Inspiration show. Is that right? Can't remember exactly the time of the show. Monday with Teresa. She put this together. Everybody was going crazy. We've got staff members still dialing in for that Green Amethyst, you know. $11.95. It is only available at that price for 60 minutes. Now, somebody got all of the answers right. In fact, quite a lot of people got them all right. And the winner was Phil from Merseyside. We do have your customer number and we will be sending all of this jewellery to you. Our workshop coordinator, Wendy, will deal with that. She's amazing. Everybody loves Wendy. She even sorted out my birthday card. I've got a birthday card, Bruce. First birthday card I've got in 6 years, so don't worry about it. $11.95 is the price point for that. Superstar by the Green Amethyst, faceted rounds, absolutely exquisite. Phil, you have won the jewellery. Thank you, everybody, for joining in with the competition. Just a bit of fun, of course, but we have tried to put together quite a good prize. I think this is really impressive, actually. And it will all be sent out to Phil. What's that? Oh, did I describe Wendy as one of a kind? Oh, right, I thought I'd done it, yeah. So, yes, the funny thing is, Wendy, our workshop coordinator, who will send all the jewelry out, she's amazing. We were going to describe her as a one of a kind, but she's not because she's actually a twin. We love Wendy. Okay, so we're going to have to bring the show to a close now. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. We had a really fun night. Thank you for getting involved with the competition, and hopefully you've benefited from some of the incredible deals that Liam's brought to us. I've had loads of fun. I'll be back on Wednesday night, and tune in tomorrow from 9 AM for more incredible Jewellery Maker deals. Right now, some designer inspiration. Thank you and good night.
You can watch the show by clicking the Watch Live button on the front page. You can also use our Refine tool and narrow down your search. Once you've found an item that you like, just simply click on the Buy Now button and the item will be added to your basket. Don't forget you can add as many items to your basket per day and still only pay 1p in P. Enjoy shopping with Jewellery Maker.